Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council meeting for Tuesday, July 28, 2020. I'd like to call our meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move along to some announcements. First off, I'd like to talk about our character community attributes. Is integrity. I will do what is right and ensure that there is no difference between what I say and what I do. I will do what I say I will do. Take pride in my work and strive for excellence. And remember, integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. We also have a few announcements this morning before we start. Sadly, on July 25th, Bradford West Gwillimbury Councillor Gary Annis passed away following a lengthy illness. On behalf of council and staff, I extend our condolences to his family, his friends, and to the people that he sat with in council. I held a panel session last week on East Gwillimbury cannabis production facilities. Joining me were subject matter experts from both the OPP and York Regional Police. We've received many positive emails from our residents thanking us for the sessions and for all the work that council and staff are doing to address this very important and serious matter. The video of the session is available for viewing on the town's website, and I know that people are having a look at it now, and they will get the information that they require, or they're now giving us a call about it as well. East Gwillimbury resident Tim Bishu is currently cycling from here to Montreal to support both South Lake Regional Health Centre and Lakeshore General Hospital in Point Claire. This is a 600-kilometer journey that is expected to take approximately 7 days. If you're interested in making a donation, I've posted this on my Facebook with a link for more information. Good for him. And with that, I will move to item C on our agenda, and that is our COVID-19 updates. And I would turn it over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning to yourself, members of council, and staff as well, and any members of the public that are coming in. Our virtual council meetings. Today, summer in particular, we tried something a little differently. Sometimes you have to try something a little different, do a little better. And normally we have 2 sessions, we have 1 session. And staff give it that. It's what we're planning to do is, Madam, this morning have a 3-hour session and taking a recess, and hopefully develop services this afternoon, starting with 2 steady matters we get to this morning, and probably another 2 to 3 hour session this afternoon. Pretty robust day. And would want to ask if any matters require further discussion or further consideration. There is no difficulty at all in setting some matters aside or dealing with them in September or at another time. We're very flexible to do that. COVID updates are the first things we'd like to start the agendas with, and what I'd like to do is just walk briefly through our introductory memo. As you're aware, we have a control group that meets and now meet on a weekly basis. Continue to meet though with our colleagues at other municipalities and as well with our region CAOs. We're all now well aware that mandatory face masks have been made mandatory in our region in any public spaces and private facilities, and my personal observation is it seems to be going quite well. Secondly, York Region moved to phase 3 of its provincial recovery status last Friday. York Region and Toronto are actually doing pretty well, and as Toronto tries to move to stage 3, what is starting to come out, as we're aware, is some of the communities that have moved to phase 3 have started into a second wave of cases, and that's alarming, as particularly seems to be the youth and adolescent groups that are congregating and starting to spike the numbers again. What does stage 3 mean for us personally? It means that our community facilities and programming and parks are now under consideration, and General Manager Parmesan will have an update for that shortly. We're taking a look at our council schedule for the fall, and proposing that initially in September, October, stay virtual. They continue to meet with the 10 o'clock timelines would work, and then we'll monitor that as it goes along and see as we progress throughout the year. One thing I will and would like to advise council is we're fully aware that York Region has said that their offices will remain closed until January 4th of 2021. And I was also apprised last week that the largest municipalities in York Region, being Markham, Vaughan, and Richmond Hill, are also planning to keep their offices closed at this point in time until the new year. And so that's something we got to continue to monitor. Other areas of Ontario have municipal offices back open, and we're just trying to have a good balance, and the recovery team is going to be monitoring that. Our libraries are now starting to move into curbside pickup. If there's any questions on that, we have Ben here from our libraries today to fill that in. And we have a number of other reports today under COVID update that I think we would best move to now as they deal with our benefit that the council set aside, the $250,000, and some other specific COVID matters. Madam Mayor, I'll pass it back to you if there's any questions, and then we might move to the other COVID updates as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Persicini, all those in favor? And that's carried. And we'll go on to item 2 in our COVID updates, not administrative presentation, recovery framework. Mr. Webster.
We have a couple of other reports now, Madam Mayor, to update, and I'll ask Tara Leveger to put the agenda up, and we will go to the recovery framework presentation. I believe is our first one. Is that correct, Tara?
That's correct, Tom.
Yes, Tom, and good morning, everybody. It's Rob McKenzie here. I'll cue this up, the presentation up. It's part of the cross-functional recovery team was developed as a subcommittee of the COVID-19 control group, and we were tasked with the preparation of a strategic plan to safely reopen facilities. To date, the recovery team has been tasked with reviewing public and private best practices for reopening facilities, developing the town's recovery framework, and consolidating research into each plan. The next 2 slides provide an overview of the recovery team composition and the cross-functional subcommittee members representing all of our departments. So as you can see, we've representation from all across the organization. At this point, I'll pass the presentation over to Tara Legerbardi, the Deputy Clerk, who will be walking you through the timeline of events, as well as providing introductory information regarding the recovery framework.
Thank you, Rob. So the following slides provide a brief overview of the town's response to the COVID-19 pandemic since March 13, 2020. As you can see on the screen before you, some of the key responses include, but are not limited to, the initial cancellation of March break, camp recreation and programs, closure of town facilities to the public, declaration of the state of emergency, the successful launch of our remote work capabilities, which includes setup of technology and VPN file access for employees to continue to maintain and ensure service continuity from a remote location, some modernization initiatives such as hosting virtual staff town halls, as well as the implementation of electronic council meetings and the launch of community support hotline. It is important to note that given the state of emergency and the impact of staffing, all of our key frontline activities and services remained operational. These include emergency services, waste collection, bylaw enforcement, roads, water, park maintenance, building inspections, and customer service. So the next slide is the same. It's just an overview of the timeline up until July 2nd, 2020, with some initiatives such as reopening of the Nokita Trail, reopening of tennis courts. So a little bit of a good news story in terms of some of our gradual reopening plans. In this slide, I would like to just briefly provide an overview of the path to reopening and what the recovery team has done from their initial steps. So as you can see, As an initial step, the recovery team initiated an action plan that focused on safely reopening town facilities by incorporating ongoing remote work arrangements and general plans and directions with respect to town programs and events that have been affected by the COVID-19 crisis. In order to thoroughly address this, we worked collaboratively with our subcommittee members, which are comprised of members representing all of our departments and our council members as well, to initiate departmental operational impact analysis study. As you know, every department is unique, and the goal of the exercise was to better understand the specific needs of each section. To date, all of the OIAs have been completed and are currently under review. A remote work survey was also conducted to better understand and solicit feedback from our staff so that we can incorporate some of the needs that they had and modifications that they required in order to continue their remote work functionality, as well
Lost the audio.
Yeah, we have lost Tara at this point, so we're going to have to regroup for a minute, having some connection issues. I can see Terry and
Okay.
Joe. Can you fellas hear me?
Are you able
Yeah.
to hear me now?
Okay, yeah, Tara,
Yes, sir.
we lost you about a minute ago, and we're also getting some feedback today, so I'm going to ask that everyone make sure that their microphones are off. I've turned mine off. I just turned it on right now, but for some reason we lost you just probably about a minute and a half ago now, so maybe you might want to go back and hopefully we don't have any more connection issues. Is everyone else connected at this point?
Yes, sir.
So through you, Madam Mayor, Tom, which slide would you like me to go back to? I do apologize. We did have some experience with speakers here.
Well, you cut out about a minute and a half ago. Everything froze, so we're whatever slide you were on at that point in time.
I'll shut off my mic.
So I can go back to our response timeline if you would like me to start from there. I can just walk you quickly through that.
I think you had just finished that, Tara.
Perfect.
Very
That's
good.
where you were right there.
Okay, great. I do
We're
apologize.
talking about the remote work survey.
Work
The
survey.
remote work survey was where you had stopped.
Oh, thank you.
What?
So essentially, we conducted remote work surveys and to further solicit feedback from our staff to better understand what modifications they would require. These included physical alteration requirements, PPE requirements, and from that, we conducted one-on-one departmental meetings with our staff to essentially gain more information with respect to their needs. That included all of the information technology requirements as well. Following these meetings, the recovery team reviewed and analyzed the information that was provided through the OIAs, through the remote work staff surveys, and the one-on-one discussions to develop a series of actionable recommendations for the COVID-19 control group so that we can proceed to the next steps of our recovery framework. The COVID-19 control group, in partnership with the recovery team, are going to continue to monitor the Ontario framework for reopening, and will also ensure that all of our facilities and reopening plans are in alignment with the provincial framework as well as the Public Health Agency recommendation. Now, on to the next slide. I would like to briefly introduce the recovery framework strategy. As you can see, the recovery framework is a guide to resuming operation. It describes how the town is going to mobilize and recover from the COVID-19 crisis. It outlines pillars and principles to guide our action. And as indicated by our fire chief earlier in the presentation, our mission focuses on how to reopen town facilities in a safe and responsive manner while embracing innovation and change. To do this, the recovery focuses on a three-phased approach, using the pillars and principles that were outlined in the previous slides Each phase is going to then be further expanded into the categories of corporate, community, and financial impacts. The phased approach allows for a cautious and safe reopening that aligns the actions of the town with the recommendations and guidelines from the province of Ontario, York Region Public Health, and other authorities. Further, we will only move to one phase, from one phase to another when the town is prepared to do so in a safe manner, while ensuring that all the necessary precautions are in place. One thing that's very important is also the idea of flexibility and adaptability to change, the ability to adapt to change, my apologies. The phases are not a linear progression. At any time in any phase, as with the provincial framework, we may maintain status quo or reapply or tighten certain measures in response to the surge in cases or outbreaks of COVID-19. And last but not least, in terms of our next steps, we are going to continue our practices and align them with the provincial reopening guidelines. We are currently working with our N6 partners to ensure that our framework for reopening is aligned with municipal best practices. And in addition to that, as mentioned earlier, flexibility and ability to adapt to change, to changing circumstances are essential. So we are going to continue to utilize modernization initiatives so that we can build back better. And one thing that I do want to make note of is the importance of ensuring that we monitor and support our staff's health, safety, and well-being, and assessing and responding to the evolving impacts of COVID-19 pandemic and a potential for a second wave. This brings us to the end of the presentation. I'm more than happy to answer any questions or to take any comments at this time.
Questions? Councillor Foster. Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak briefly on, it was mentioned, and Tara just mentioned it near the end there, preparations for a second wave that is apparently inevitable when you listen to some people. Although our closing down seemed to work well, are there any big differences on how we may tackle shutting things down again for a second wave if that happens? I'm just wondering how far along we are with that discussion.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can ask Chief Mackenzie to provide a response. If not, I can respond, Chief.
Thank you, Tara. And to answer the councillor's question, I think we're like it was indicated in the report, we're cautiously moving forward. So we did it once. We did it. We locked the place down quickly and at the beginning. So we know what to expect, and so we're just going to sort of wait and see what the second wave looks like. However, we are prepared with policies, with PPE and procedures in place.
Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pick up on what Councillor Foster just said. I'm led to believe that we'll probably see a second wave end of October, early November. I personally am in no rush to get back together, where we might be in stage 3. I think mentally I'm still in stage 2. And I was just wondering, are there any other municipalities in York Region that have opted to stay closed for a little bit longer? And if so, do you think we merit following their lead?
Mr. Webster, would you have that information?
My CAO meeting of last week, Madam Mayor, York Region has taken a leading position for January 4th opening. And the 3 largest municipalities are leaning towards closure till January. It's a interesting position. Retail and business is trying to open, and so it's a real fine line we broach right now. And the point in time, at this point, we were looking at a phased reopening post Labor Day, but we are reassessing that as well. given the potential for a second wave as well. So we'll just stay in constant communication with council and our colleagues and try to follow in a consistent manner what they do as well. And as I said, every week and every month we get better information.
If I could just follow up with one last comment, and no need to respond, but I would just say, whatever our decision path, I think we need to be consistent with staff and council, so that if staff is expected to go back into the office, then I would suggest that council should be expected to go back into the office. I don't want a double standard here. Thank you.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. When I look at this, I'm looking at pros and cons. So obviously the cons of opening back up again are the risk of getting infection spikes again. What are the pros of opening back up again? What services are we not providing to our residents right now? I know it would be easier if people could walk into customer service, but from what I'm hearing online, people are getting a hold of them through email and the phone. So what services are the most affected by the lockdown? So if we stay locked down for a long time, what are our residents going to experience?
Mr. Webster?
Our most affected, and through you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Crothers, our most affected program area is clearly the CPRC, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. And that's our community facilities, our parks and our programming. And those have virtually been shut down, as we're aware, and are slowly starting back up in a different manner, as we know. As with regards to the corporate office functions and finance and admin, things seem to be functioning very well in a virtual world right now. The customer bills are being paid. We're processing. Our projects are still being delivered. So, and our frontline services, emergency services, and our other areas continue to be provided on a daily basis, but again in a different manner under COVID. So I hope that gives a little bit that there really isn't a rush to open up the Civic Center at this point in time. And for sure, if we were going to do something, it would be in a much different manner. It wouldn't be opening the doors and having full staff come back and council meetings. It would be we were looking towards having where a partial staffing may be open. We may have scheduled appointments for certain functions and things like that. There's also the social well-being of employees that are starting to feel some isolation as well. And so there's many factors that will go into the decisions about how we phase back into a operational plan. And as I said, we'll have better information as time moves on.
Well, hats off to you, because it does feel like there's not a lot of interruption in service, other than obviously Parks and Rec. But as far as the Civic Center goes, it seems like you guys are providing our residents with the services that they need. I see marriage licenses in the chat with Fernando saying yes, that marriage licenses are available, or yes, that marriage licenses aren't available. That
through your Madam Mayor to Council, it's marriage license are not available at this time.
okay.
Laura, Lee, were
anyways,
you thinking of getting married there, Laura Lee?
No, not for me.
Okay, just checking. Just check. If you're concerned about getting a license, I know where you can get some.
It was Terry that put that in there, so you want to be talking to her, Joe. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lamanna, I'm wondering what we could do to make marriage licenses available. Is there a thought of being creative? Is there a large need that is being not met at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's certainly staff have talked about the opportunity of a curbside style marriage license issuance. Other municipalities are doing that as well, including Newmarket, our neighbors to the south. But then it raises the question with respect to what other services the municipality then would need to be delivering at the curbside, and I think that's the larger issue with regards to the protection of staff. But I haven't heard a huge demand with regards to inquiries at our office. We've had a few that were scheduled that we've had to unfortunately cancel, but the province recently has expanded the validity of 90 days for the marriage license that have been issued, which is good news for those that we already issued. But in terms of demand, I have not heard a huge amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to Councillor Carruthers' question, she wanted to know what services that we would normally offer under regular circumstances that we're not. So we know, for example, one is the marriage license. There must be other services that or aren't doing, and I think whether or not we have demand or not, I think it's still, if we want to be able to say that we're offering services and we want to keep our offices closed to the public because of safety issues, we need to find a way to do it safely and get creative in delivering all of the services. So for the next meeting or for a future update, I think it would be helpful to have a list of that of those services that have been severely affected, whether or not there's demand for them, and some creative ways about how we might be able to deliver those. Whether or not we've had the inquiry to get a marriage license doesn't really matter. It's a question of the fact that we can't do it, and that's a service that people need, whether or not they're having a private ceremony or a larger group of 20 or even 50 people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Morton, do you have a question?
No, I'm good. I've already met with Mark and we've gone through a lot of stuff, so I'm good.
Thank you. So with that, then, could I have a mover and a seconder for this item, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 3, the administration report, Build Back Better.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'll introduce this one. The recovery team led by Chief Mackenzie, and in this instance, HR Director Michelle Collette, had an assessment done of our practices to date and next steps, and I'm going to pass it on to Chief Mackenzie to go over this memorandum.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to welcome with us today from the region is Laura James. Now, Laura, you've met her before. She's the program manager for emergency management York Region, and she supports the N6 CEMCs and has worked very closely with all of us, in fact, all the municipalities for the past 4 or 5 months. So Laura James is on the line with us, and she's going to be able to help answer any questions or provide some context. One note that I'd like to say as I speak to this report is the fact that in the background portion it describes that this is a final report or working towards a final report. This is actually an interim report. The Build Back Better report is just that, an interim report, and provides Mayor and Council with a summary of how the town staff responded to and managed this extended duration emergency. The objective third-party review provided staff with a form of a report card that indicates how staff of the emergency control group came together on March 13th and were able to apply what they'd learned from emergency management training over the past several years. In addition, the report provides some high-level recommendations to apply going forward and strengthen our future crisis response. This report will also be included in the reporting process at the end of the year for the province of Ontario. I'm happy at this point to take any questions, or if Laura James can help, we'd be more than happy to assist.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the Chief, I appreciate that this is an interim report. I'm just curious, maybe you could speak a little bit further to this. We're still in a declared state of emergency. So in assessing how our response to the emergency has been while we're still in an emergency, is that an appropriate way of approaching this, or is there more to come, or are we simply looking at this as the initial reaction, and since we're more than past that, then we're in a position to look at it? Can you speak a little bit further to that, please?
Of course, through you to the councillor. So we've passed through the mitigation phase where there's actually the emergency has occurred and we had to take drastic measures. We're in the recovery phase. So because it's such an extended duration, we have the luxury of looking back and saying, how did we do? This wasn't compared to say a 2 or 3 day or a 1 week emergency or an incident. We have the luxury to look back and say, okay, how did we do? Catch our breath and see how we did. So that's what this report speaks to. It just gives a little snapshot of the response as we're working our way through the recovery phase.
Thank you. If I may further, Madam Mayor, through you to Ms. James, obviously we've done our own review, and this is an interim report that tells us that that all systems worked as they were supposed to. I wonder, you have a bit more of a regional perspective with the rest of the N6. Perhaps you can tell us how we did compared to other municipalities.
Good morning, and through you, Madam Mayor. I absolutely have had the opportunity to work with all 9 local municipalities through this response and support them as the liaison to the region through all of the emergency operations centers. And I am very pleased to say that, in my opinion, East Gwillimbury has been a leader throughout this response, from pre-COVID planning in early March to having already completed your interim analysis of your response in order to not only begin your resumption planning, but to help you and assist you in planning towards a second wave. And so I really think you've been a leader. You've been a leader across the region, but also for the N6, who are looking to this report specifically to assist them as they look at their interim recovery plans as well. So I think a job has been well done by East Gwillimbury. And I'd also like to say that I'm very hopeful that as we work towards a second wave, we'll continue this collaborative format, and you guys are positioned quite well.
Thank you very much. That's good news to hear.
Very good news to hear. Are there any other questions from members of council? Councillor Morton, do you have a question?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this report, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton and Councillor Roy Clemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 4, Administration Economic Development Branch, Memo, East Gwillimbury Emergency Response Benefit Update.
Madam Mayor, I'll introduce this one. I did want to, while Laura was still on screen here, just acknowledge one thing and thank her. It was the Friday before we declared the emergency. Laura hosted a joint emergency planning session for us and the town of Georgina. And it was unique that 7 days prior to declaring emergency, we were doing a mock exercise. And we had made comments that none of us had ever been in a real state of declared emergency. And Laura's done a leading job in that. One of the things she's done as well, and I give credit to Chief Mackenzie, is we've had Laura join our EOC a few times. And she's come in, and she came in initially and she made some comments about some improvements that we could make to be a little more action oriented, which we like to be. And so she's added some real value, and just want to thank you, Laura, for continuing to work with us and support the Confederation. Okay, so just wanted to close out that one. And if we could, it looks like you're at a real nice place, unless you got a backdrop there going on, Laura. So congrats.
That's my house.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the next one, Madam Mayor, next report we have is from our Economic Development Director, Margot Begin. She's done a terrific job working with Mark Valchich and his group. And this was the $250,000 the council set aside, again, taking a leading position in the province. And not just set it aside, but taking action and actually dedicating those funds out to businesses to help them through these times. So I'll pass it on to Mark and Margot to walk us through this report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Just a couple of very brief comments, and then I'd like to turn it over to Margot, if that's okay, Madam Mayor. Just that very early on, as part of our sort of assessment of the emergency, it was quite clear that the health emergency was turning very quickly into an a serious economic challenge for us, let's call it that, and really globally, but certainly on the local level as well. So Margot has been very, very proactive in not only working with Brittany, assisting her to reach out to businesses to assess their circumstances and provide them with access and information about programs that exist at the federal and provincial level, but was also the mastermind behind spearheading this local initiative to provide some funding support. So want to thank her and just turn it over to Margot just for a few cursory comments about how the program worked and some of the findings.
Thanks, Mark, and through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge Council's leadership in being able to put this program forward. The funds have been 100% dispersed to our businesses. We're now, as we speak, in the process of doing telephone outreach to just check in with the businesses to see how they're doing and how they're preparing for stage 3 reopening protocols, and they will be each participating business will be providing a project report back to South Lake Community Futures, who were very helpful in administering this program for us, that will talk about how the funding was used. We'll capture some information on jobs maintained and the impact that the support has had on the business community. So I look forward to being able to bring that back to Council in September and be able to really quantify the impact that this has had on the 37 successful businesses that were able to be part of this program. You know, and just as a side note, that we're conducting outreach to all of our another round of outreach to all of our local businesses to connect them with some of the other programs that have come online in the recent weeks that are meant to assist with reopening and dealing with the COVID protocols. So happy to entertain any questions that anybody may have about the status of the program. But I think you know, the feedback that we've had anecdotally so far has been that you know, first and foremost, it's been a real boost and vote of confidence in our, you know, our belief and our value of our local business community, and for the most part, will go towards working capital and the things that allow these businesses to keep running and functioning.
Thank you very much, Margot. I do know that there are, I've talked to several businesses of the 37, and they're very, very appreciative of what the town has done for them. So I felt when talking to them that we really made a difference for them at a time they really needed some help. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone, we'll start there. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick comment, and maybe Margot could comment further. I was kind of surprised. I thought the numbers may have been larger with the number of businesses that applied. Having said that, reading through the report, it looks like the review process was very thorough, which was good. I'm just wondering, Margot, did this kind of roll out the way you expected, both numbers-wise with the amount of businesses that applied, and then that review process? Again, like I say, it looked pretty thorough to me.
Yeah, I think based on, you know, the experience of Georgina, they were a couple weeks ahead of us in rolling out a similar program, and based on the response, sort of the size of their business community and the response, I think this was pretty much in keeping with what I expected. I think our decision, sort of the fact that we kept it flexible and we were able to adjust on the fly to kind of to ensure that all eligible businesses were able to receive something, even if they didn't necessarily get the full funding request. I think that was a good decision because it ensured that we were able to provide some level of support. The ones that didn't qualify were, typically because they were outside of the geography and didn't, so we. South Lake Futures especially did a really good job of, there were multiple steps in the process and calls and interviews and discussions to try to make it work for our businesses. So I would say it probably took longer than we had originally anticipated, but this is the first time we've been through this, and given the level of rigor in analyzing the eligibility and doing the due diligence, I think it essentially took as long as it needed to. If we ever had to do it again, we have some lessons learned, and could probably do it a little bit more quickly and efficiently the next time around.
Thank you. Certainly seems to be successful in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Margot Bejean. Appreciate all the hard work that you put into this. I know you work some long hours on this one. I've just spoken to a few local businesses that have received the funding, and I can tell you they're very appreciative of this. I think it made a big difference with them. I was worried about our small business community at the start of this pandemic. I continue to worry about them because I think we're not out of the woods just yet. And I appreciate the flexibility that we had to spread a little bit more of the money around. I think that was very intuitive. And I think you kind of answered but my question was going to be if there was a second round, or if we had to do this again, God forbid, what would you do? What would you do differently next time? And I think you spoke a little bit about being a little more efficient. Was there anything else on your mind that you thought you might do differently if given another chance?
I think, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Crone, I think it was really it's a resourcing issue. In order to do the due diligence, South Lake Community Futures is a small organization, so they're somewhat constrained by the staff time, and then it did need to be vetted and validated by their board of directors. So it was the time involved in convening that board of directors. So that may be something if we needed to do another iteration, how could we beef up the front end staff resources to do the review in a more timely manner, and still maintain that arm's length, because I think that was really important, that being able to work with an organization like South Lake that has the experience in evaluating business cases and business plans, which kind of allowed us to sort of stay one step removed from that process. So giving some thought to how we might be able to support that part of it.
Thank you. Other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you very much, Margot. It's really made a huge difference for our community, and appreciate all your expertise at this with our small businesses.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone, all those in favor, and that's carried. We're at item D in our agenda, presentations, and we have our auditor's report, and I'll turn it over to staff to introduce. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I will ask General Manager Ventrcek to introduce this matter, and along with Treasurer Warren Marshall, they have spearheaded this year's audit from our external auditors.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. It's my pleasure, Madam Mayor, to introduce Glenn Ventrcek, the partner from BDO that heads up the audit process for the town. Just by way of a brief reminder, in June, staff brought to Council the unaudited year-end results. I'm pleased to report that the audited results are consistent with those that were previously reported to council. So that's a good thing. The staff report does speak to a prior period adjustment on the audited financial statements that's being made in relation to the accounting treatment of development charge credit agreements. And I did want to just clarify, just for if there's any confusion about how the credit agreements work, that essentially when developers provide works at their upfront cost for the town, this could be different types of pumping stations or different sort of roads or road networks and different bridges and things that they would provide, then the town will essentially pay for those as we collect from other DCs that are collected from permits in the future. So this is a really, really effective way for the town to ensure that it mitigates risk, ensures that there's no financial exposure to the town, and we really don't have any sort of obligations until we collect those funds in the future. And so there's been some changes in the accounting treatment that we've done on the financials. It's actually increased the surplus position, but I just wanted to clarify that there's no real underlying change in how those work, and this is a very, very effective risk management practice that the town has in place. So that is something that was referred to in the staff report, and I thought I'd just address it right up front. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Glenn Ventrcek, and certainly Warren Marshall is on the call as well today. If there's any questions of staff, then Warren will be happy to answer those. But we'll start with a brief presentation from Mr. Ventrcek.
Thank you for that, Mark. Can everybody hear me? I hope everybody can hear me.
I'm not seeing anyone saying they're not, so I'm assuming they are.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Mayor and people on council. Can I pull up have the other audited financial statements shown on screen for everybody? Great. So I'm going to start by saying this was a lot of fun having a virtual audit this year. And I'm sure Warren and Val and Carmen, I do appreciate everything that they've done to get us to this stage. There's probably 4 items that I'd like to discuss on these financials, and I'll try to do it in somewhat sequential order. So on page 1 and 2 to that draft, that could be gone down, it's what they call the audit report. And it's what they call a clean or an unqualified audit report. If it was qualified, it meant that there were reservations, meant that staff or council were not doing things in accordance with our accounting rules. So happy to say that it is still an unqualified or a clean audit report. So that's the first item I'd like to address. That would be dated today, as we're hoping that that's the date that it gets approved. The next page I'd like to go over is on page 4. And it's what they call the income statement. It's what happened for the revenues. So one further page down. It shows the revenues versus the expenses for 2019 versus 2018. So for 2019, the revenues were 56.6 million. Last year it was 64.9 million. You can see though that there's one big item which was in last year's financials. There's a bunch of contributed tangible capital assets. Didn't have certainly the same size of that. Otherwise, you were on track. Your taxation revenue, your user charges, your charges to developers, those other items were all on track. Your charges to developers were slightly behind what the budget was, but that to me is more of a timing issue as the municipality continues to develop. So want to compare the 56.6 million, compare that to the 45 million of expenses. That means that you had more revenues of expenses than 11.6 million. I also want to highlight that the expenses of 45 million, up a little bit compared to last year, about just under 8%, but it falls fairly well in line with where the plan was as far as the budget. A little bit more was spent on a couple areas like environmental services, but not too unrealistic in these days. So I do want to highlight the big item. It's called an annual surplus, and it's 11.2 million. You add that surplus to the surplus from day one to the end of 2019, and now you have $233 million in your accumulated surplus. That's what the municipality has. All right, so that is the way the income works for 2019. I want to go back one page to page 3. And it shows a snapshot, it shows a picture at December 31st, its history. So in 2019, I want to go over a couple key items. In the bank, there's just under $105 million. And the plan, and we've had this discussion with Mark and the CAO, the plan is to make sure that there is money in the bank account. I'm going to highlight different municipalities have different ways of growing. Look at certain other ones, they choose to spend money and build it and then hope the development comes. What I would say is for East Gwillimbury, you've got money in the bank accounts, the development will come, it is coming, but you're not using up all of your cash today. So between the 105 mil in the bank, taxes receivable, some user charges receivable, you have assets of 116 million. I'm going to compare that to in total $57 million in what they call liabilities. These could be deferred revenues, they could be obligatory reserves, it could be deposits, it could be true payables. These are the debts of the organization, of the municipality. And what that means is when you subtract your assets, your liquid financial assets versus your liabilities, you have a net financial asset of 59.3 million. Last year is 53 million. And what I will highlight is I do a number of municipalities, and most municipalities do not have that size of net financial assets. I see some where they're actually net financial debt. They have more debts than they have of liquid assets. They may have more in the tangible capital assets, and in your case, you have 174 million accounting book value of capital assets. But I will highlight that $59 million in net financial assets is a positive position to be in. So, first highlight was clean audit report. Second one is you have net financial assets of net 59 million because you do have cash in the bank. Third is you had on page 4, you did have some $11.2 million of a surplus, more revenues than expenses. So that's very, very positive, very encouraging. A couple other quick items I do want to highlight is, as Mark had highlighted, there are contracts with developers, and in the past, the accounting treatment was treated as a liability. It was shown as deferred revenue. And the offsetting side in the accounting world, a debit must equal a credit. So in the accounting treatment, it had been expensed. That is not quite correct way to treat it. It's not an asset. You do not have those parks or sewer treatments to be able to then collect property taxes, but you do have these contracts. So it's more of a disclosure. It's more of an idea that the municipality has entered these contracts, but it does not create an immediate liability. So that is why we've readjusted the 2018 and prior results to exclude those development charge credits. I also want to highlight on that there are a few new obligatory reserve funds, and that is on page 18 to the financial statements. So most of your obligatory reserves include things like development charges. I'll let you get down to page 17 and 18 of the statements. So the typical ones that the municipality would typically have, so it's note 7, are development charges, and you have some parklands. Keep going down, you're got another 5-6 pages to go. right there. Perfect. So development charges, there's 35 million of development charges. You've got parkland, 217,000. You've got some federal gas tax. These are monies that have been received but not yet spent. You've got some Ontario Municipal Partnership funds, and you've got some Main Street revitalization. But on the next page, there are two brand new ones: the Cannabis Legalization Fund and a Technology Modernization Fund. So there's a reserve set aside for those particular items. Those are brand new, 2019. So that being said, I did want to highlight those 3 or 4 big ticket items. Clean audit, where you're at with your net financial assets, and where you're at with your surplus this past year. Madam Mayor, is there any other questions on the financials?
Thank you very much. We very appreciate you being here today. Let me just see if we have members of the council who have questions for you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question. I'm not sure whether it's for Mr. Ventrcek or for staff. The other presentation that was given to us that had the pie charts in it, that was from the auditor. There was a pie chart that talked about assumed assets, and there was, I think, about 25% of our assumed assets in 2018, and then in 2019 it dropped to 1%. And I'm just wondering what changed in our operation that made such a dramatic difference in that pie chart.
So, Madam Mayor, maybe I can answer that. So the change in the contributed assets is due to in 2018. We received a significant amount of assets from developers. For example, the Harvest Hills subdivision was assumed by the town in 2018. So that was about $6 million of assets that were contributed to the town. The Queensville subdivision had some significant amounts of land that contributed to the town in the tune of about $4 million. So there's parkland, roads, and open space that have been provided to the town in 2018, and we didn't see that amount happen in 2019. And I might note as well that 2018 was a very significant year in land transfers. In 2017, the amount was about 6 to 7 million. So it looked like 2018 was a blip, and 2019 saw a significant reduction.
Thank you for that, Mr. Marshall. I appreciate it. My one other question, and it's the question Mr. Ventrcek is probably ready for because I ask it every year, and that is, obviously you've provided us with an unqualified opinion on our audit. Are there any items in the management letter or anything that you uncovered virtually this year that we as a board of directors should be aware of?
Absolutely. Thanks. Good question. Every year we do our audit. We try to rely on controls, and we do test the control environment. So if there are any points, we do bring that back to finance management. A draft management letter will be sent over to Mark and Warren for review. At this stage, it's still a draft, and we still need to have them go through it, but nothing of a material basis would cause any significant issues at this stage. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Crone, you had a question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ventrcek, and I will state that Councillor Roy DiClemente stole one of my questions, although I think she will lay claim to ownership of that question. Anyway, you know, before we strain our arms, you know, patting ourselves on the back for, you know, what I like to say, you know, we have great, you know, our property taxes are probably amongst the lowest relative in the York region. We have zero debt, as you pointed out, and we have very healthy reserves. Is there anything else, like if you were Mr. Ventrcek, what would you be bragging about to your counterparts in other municipalities?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think the idea that I want to outline, because various municipalities have different ways to grow. And you can see that different organizations, they will build it and then they're hoping that things will come. I'm not necessarily saying that that's the right way to do it for everybody. But what I would like to highlight is you've taken a stance of trying to work with your developers to build and to get a good strategy plan in place. And this is an involvement of the community and stakeholders. So I would try to put your shoulder back and say, hey, are we doing a good job with everybody on that basis? Be able to build at a reasonable level rather than just want the municipality and not be able to overcome it. It's growing, but you want to do it at a controlled level.
Thank you for that. Just on the topic of reserves, and you mentioned that we have very healthy reserves. If we're speaking to a resident, could they perceive this as being a bad thing, that maybe perhaps we're overtaxing them and that our reserves are too high and that we should be spreading a bit more of it around? How would you respond to that?
As an auditor or as a person that lives in Ontario, as a resident?
Oh, you're going to qualify it. You know what? If you were in my boots, what would you say?
I would say that I'm gonna paraphrase this. 10 years ago, municipalities didn't have to put on their books their tangible capital assets. They didn't have to put the roads, they didn't have to put the bridges, they didn't have to put those items spent, just soon, but they weren't on your book. And as this has evolved, you need to have what I call a capital asset plan. These are sizable assets. And I would make sure that that plan is still part of the way the municipality grows. My first qualification would be go back to where you are in that plan. You have enough funding to be able to manage those assets that the municipality has. That would be the starting point. You want to make sure you have funds to be able to do that. Maybe Mark or Warren might give an update on that.
Okay. Barring that, I'll ask one last question and we can move on. Were there any questions that we didn't ask that you would have liked us to have asked?
I think the good questions is they're controlled. One question that I usually have to phrase, and we usually have a planning meeting, and Madam Mayor is usually there, we talk about fraud. And in our audit world, 10 years ago, we never used to have that. Processes are in management and or accounts limit the. So going forward, it's one of those questions, even as auditors, we have to ask manage what those processes are and make sure that the just are the good governance these days, make sure that there isn't any. The second one is, I would say municipalities have sometimes been at risk at what they call cyber hacking. So, it's just, you don't want to get caught. You don't want to have an instance, but you just want to have a plan in place. Make sure exposure want to be. So, we've had some preliminary mark, but those are the two side areas that haven't really talked about accounts, but those are areas that I see under municipalities.
All right. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Are there any other questions from members of council? Councillor Foster. You're muted. Councillor Foster, you're muted.
I don't know how I did that, but I hit the button twice. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment more than anything. In the brief 5 minutes or so that you've been speaking, you answered a few of my questions, just about pure numbers and that type of thing. Not that we are necessarily looking for workshop topics, but I'd like to suggest that a couple hours of a workshop to kind of go over a little more in depth some of this stuff. I believe through yourself and Mark and Warren, we could certainly come up with an educational couple of hours for myself and all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions?
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Go ahead.
may I respond to Councillor Foster's
Please.
comment? Actually, we do have, I believe, under other business, a workshop topic planned for September, and strangely enough, it's about financial strategy. And so we owe council an update on reserves, and so we were going to talk preliminary 2021 budget challenges and strategy. We're going to go through reserves. We're going to take a look at our water and wastewater strategies, and we'll have a whole bunch of information about relative tax rates, reserve levels, debt levels, and to sort of show the leading position that pretty proud of our fiscal position that Mr. Bartosek and Mr. Marshall and their teams have put us in. So that's the plan for September.
Say the word and there it is. Thank you very much, Mr. Ventrcek. Appreciate you being here today with us. It is a little different. We normally would have met face to face, but it's worked out just fine, I believe. When you highlight the surpluses and it is intentional. This has not been an accident for East Gwillimbury. This has been a path that we've been on for several years, and I'm very proud of the fact that we are not in debt, one of the few communities in Ontario that does not carry a debt load, and that we have planned for our future very well. And even in a time of a pandemic, we're able to manage quite nicely and move forward, and when our growth comes, we're going to be ready for it. So thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Councillor Morton, do you have any questions before we call the vote?
No, actually, it's more a comment. I've heard people talking to me about it. I'm glad I really actually got these numbers from Mr. Ventrcek, and I had, as I mentioned, I had talked to Mark about this because a lot of people are saying, well, if we've got so much money, why are we raising their tax rates? And so it was interesting to hear, and it will be even more interesting to when we do the actual sit down and talk about all this stuff, that people are still assuming that we're giving this money away, but we're still raising their taxes. So, and I know mine didn't go up, so I'm okay there. So, but it's just something that is out there in the area. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we need to do some messaging a little differently than we do now for the community to understand it, and maybe that will happen after we have our workshop in the next month or more. Councillor Roy,
I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to further to Councillor Morton's comment, I think this isn't so much a philosophical debate about whether we have enough money in reserves, given that we have assets that we need to renew in place. But when we talk about people's tax bills, the other component of that is the MPAC assessment. And I've been hearing from my constituents that their MPAC assessments have had a dramatic impact on their tax bill, particularly this year. And so in some cases, the bill has gone up by $500 or $1,000 a year. It's not because we raised taxes too high, it's because the value of their property went up. Without, they're staying in place, they're not moving, they're not selling, but and the market may not have responded accordingly. But that in itself is a dramatic impact for folks, and we do need to be aware of that. And the other piece of that equation when we're calculating tax bills, it's not just what we're doing with the percent increase, but what MPAC is doing on the assessment side of things. Thank you.
And what's happening with the real estate market, that the values in East Gwillimbury continue to grow. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Councillor Morton, would you move this as Chair of Finance?
I do so move it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Foster, second. Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item E for deputations, and I will ask for the introduction of our deputant, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, your deputation is from Jay Grossman, Senior Manager, Public Affairs, Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, making a deputation to Council regarding Item O.2 on your agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Your Worship and members of Council, and thank you for taking the time to hear from our community today. Like it was stated, my name is Jason Grossman, and I work at the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA. CIJA is the advocacy agent that represents over 150,000 Jewish Canadians and our Jewish federations across Canada. All Canadians should be deeply concerned about the alarming rise of anti-Semitism in York Region, across Ontario, and across Canada. History has shown that what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. Taking a stand against anti-Semitism ensures all Canadians are free from the threat of hate. Statistics Canada reports a significant rise in hate crimes across Canada. The Jewish community is consistently the most frequently targeted, with 63% increase in hate crimes reported against our community between 2016 and 2017. This equates to an anti-Semitic hate crime taking place on average once every 24 hours in Canada. And this has a severe impact on Jewish life in Canada. The 2018 Environics Institute study revealed that close to 4 in 10 Jewish Canadians reported downplaying their Jewish identity in public as a result. And young Jewish Canadians are twice as likely to experience discrimination because of their Jewish identity. If we also look at the 2019 York Regional Police hate crime data, we see a similar trend. The Jewish community was victim to more than 70% of all hate crimes motivated by religion, and more than 30% of all hate crimes overall. Hate crimes targeting the Jewish community in York Region rose 38% from 2018. And the time to act is now. And we thank you and the Council for raising this very important motion today. The first step in effectively combating anti-Semitism is identifying it. One of the world's oldest hates is consistently evolving and manifesting in many different forms. The International Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, was established in 1998 and today consists of 34 member countries, including Canada, each of whom recognizes the international coordination and the need to combat anti-Semitism. In 2016, IHRA member states adopted by consensus a working definition of anti-Semitism, grounded in decades of collaborative research by global experts on anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. The working definition, with its illustrative examples, addresses a range of contemporary activities and rhetoric that amount to anti-Semitism. This includes making demonizing, dehumanizing, stereotypical allegations about Jews, holding Jews as collective responsible for the wrongdoings of a single Jewish person, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, and denying the scope of facts of the Holocaust. Today, the IHRA definition serves as a vital tool in fighting anti-Semitism. IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism has been endorsed by more than 20 national governments, including Canada, the European Union, as well as the UN Secretary General and Special Rapporteur on the freedom of religion or belief. The definition has also been implemented by various governments and non-governmental agencies all around the world. Canada is home to one of the largest Jewish communities and is a global leader in fighting against hatred and discrimination in all forms, including anti-Semitism. The Government of Canada formally integrated the IHRA definition into its anti-racism strategy in 2019. And the Ontario government has a IHRA bill that is currently before the House, Bill 168. And we are pleased to be working with all 9 municipalities in the York Region, including your council, to pass their own individual IHRA motions following the leadership which the York Regional Council took in April when it passed the IHRA motion unanimously. I thank you for your time today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you very much. Questions of the presenter, please. I'm not seeing any questions at this time. I'm not seeing any questions.
Thank you very much for your consideration of the bill, and I certainly appreciate you bringing it forward today.
Thank you. Do we have a
Sorry,
move?
Madam Mayor, I had my hand up. I don't know if you can see me.
I'm not seeing you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank the presenter for bringing this forward. Someone has to mute their mic. Getting a lot of feedback here. Anyways, Mr. Grossman, thank you for bringing this to us today. I am the council liaison on our Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, and I know that an important first step in dealing with racism and discrimination is naming it. And this definition gives us a good way to look at it and name it for what it is and bring awareness. I will definitely be bringing this to our Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee so that they're aware of it. And if there's other steps that we can take, our committee is ready and willing to listen and help in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Crothers. Are you suggesting we forward this to the committee prior to voting on it, or are you?
No, I think we should move on it. I think it's a very simple ask that they're asking is just to adopt the definition, and as naming it the first step. So what we want to do from here with it, I think, is something for the committee to look at. But I'd like to move this motion, and I do think it's something that is very powerful for our council to adopt.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering, while we have Mr. Grossman on the line, whether it might be appropriate for us to move item O.2, which is the piece of correspondence that actually is the resolution, if we move that forward and also deal with it at this time while we have him on the line. And I'd be happy to move to make that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you be seconding this motion, Councillor Carruthers?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? I do recall voting for this at the region several months ago, and am pleased to have it on our agenda today. So with that, if there are no other questions, I have Councillor Crothers moving it and Councillor Roy DiClemente seconding the motion. All those in favor?
Yes.
I'm not seeing any opposed. I'm not seeing any opposed. That's unanimous. Thank you very much for being with us today, Grossman.
Thank you so
Madam
much.
Mayor, I think that was just a motion to receive his presentation. I think we also need to actually adopt the resolution that was later on in our agenda.
Yes, and that would be O2. And could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Crothers. Any questions? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. My agenda has no other deputations at this time. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We will move on to item F, and that's administration. With myself in the chair, we do have a mid-year review. And I'm just, staff, if you could bring that forward at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today we have a pretty fulsome presentation of our mid-year position at this point. I think this is in my time here. Usually we have this come forward in August. First time we've had it come forward in the July timeframe. Gives a real good snapshot. And so I'm going to start it off by moving to the slide deck, if I may, Tara, and we're going to get an update today that we're pretty proud of from all our departments. You're going to hear many staff speaking of the progress made to mid-year. And particularly, we also have a COVID impacts, and then also a section this year on any sort of council directives that are outstanding at this point in time. So on that note, let's move to the first slide. I'm going to provide a very high-level overview of some of our community snapshots. Is one of Ontario's designated places to grow. Continue to see some pretty good growth levels at this time, with 250 new home building permits being issued and 120 new families actually occupying these homes. So we continue to grow not only on the residential side, non-residential permits as well, as we start seeing the Fieldgate Plaza at Green Lane starting to finish up as well. And you'll see some other positive developments later in today's agenda with our development services on the non-res side. We have a $50 million capital investment ongoing, and we're pretty proud that our projects are proceeding largely on time and on budget. You're going to hear from that later on in the presentation. Construction value of close to $33 million is ongoing in our community right now. And we have 10 new development and business expansion projects, and we're looking at about a modest assessment growth level of about 2% for this year. Some of the COVID impacts, if I may, on the next slide. Our strong financial position. I think we've talked about it, and you know, again, something we're very proud of. Zero municipal debt is a unique position, not in Ontario, it's in North America. The lowest relative tax levels in York Region, and continuing to be proud of that. And part of that has been modest staffing levels. Other municipalities that are in the exact same service levels of ours are having significant COVID impacts, and you're going to hear today that we've been able to mitigate till September, and we're planning now projections to year end that still look like we're in pretty good fiscal position as far as not having to even consider deficits or other kind of layoff strategies. Our frontline services have not been affected. Our emergency services and our frontline public works and the maintenance parts of our parks and recreation have continued on. Our programming obviously has had some significant impacts. Councillor Foster asked, how could we simply tell? How have we been able to mitigate things quickly and seem to seamlessly move on? And one of the things is we're operating much more efficiently now. We have no paper. We've gone from a council and a CAO in particular who loved his binder and had paper-driven agenda process to right now we have moved the entire organization to an e-platform and the virtual word. So we have 90% of our office support staff are now working remotely. We have 41 employees that are on cross-functional teams that are dealing with efficiencies and modernization programs. 24%, and this was part-time employees of have been put on declared emergency leave. So we've had no employees at this point in time from full-time that had any kind of layoff thing. And the biggest area, the biggest impact, we've had 30% of our full-time employees in our parks, recreation, and culture have been redeployed. And that's our simple snapshot story of how we've been able to mitigate our costs. And I hope it's simple to understand. We've done our fiscal review for COVID-19 to the end of the year, and we're going to continue to move it along. And we're also aware that there's now been some significant funding made available from the federal government through the province and to the regional level. And we're hopeful that we will as well be able to access some of that funding moving forward to mitigate our direct costs that we've had in dealing with COVID. On that note, I'm going to, I believe, the next slide, if I may, we start getting into the numbers, and I'm going to pass it on to, I believe it's Mr. Marshall, who's going to walk us through one of our largest budgets we've had in town history, and I'll pass it on to you, Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Madam Mayor, members of council, the next few slides that I'm going to go over is just going to provide an overview of where we stand financially as at mid-year. As a refresher, last year in 2020, council approved a total budget of $51 million. Half of that represents the tax-supported operating budget, and another 30% of that represents the fee and rate-supported operating budgets. The balance of about $11 million is the additional capital spend that was approved by council in the year. So that doesn't reflect the capital that has already been approved in previous years. So next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of our operating program at mid-year. And as you can see, our three main components of our operating programs are all tracking below budget as at mid-year. As well, we've been able to identify and offset costs associated with the COVID impacts. We showed up to the end of August that we would be able to offset approximately $1.9 million of additional costs in our budget. You might recognize that in a previous report that we brought, we showed an impact of about $1.6 million at the end of August. The additional amount reflects the funding that we provided to the South Lake Community Futures to support the business recovery. So our latest estimate is $1.9 million to the end of August. We're also continuing to update our cost estimates and the impacts associated with COVID. And our preliminary analysis to the end of the year shows that we have strategies to offset the additional costs that we anticipate to the end of the year, which means no net budget impact for the end of the year associated with COVID. So based on this, we're anticipating a modest surplus at the end of the year, which also incorporates the meeting our targets for transitional cost reductions. Next slide, please. So turning to capital, this slide shows the additional approved spending in 2020 on capital by department. Once again, it doesn't show what has been approved in previous budgets. It just shows what was approved in 2020. So next slide, please. So in terms of our total capital program, so the town has approximately 125 projects that have been approved for a total cost of $46 million. So if you recall, in last year's budget, staff brought forward a policy on capital budget control, which one of the things it did was look at the list of capital projects that we had and the activity, and those projects that had been on the books for several years with no activity or little activity, we closed those projects out and returned the funding back to the reserves. So this list of about 125 projects is quite current. So to date, we've spent about $15 million on those projects, with about $31 million remaining. So as we looked at our impacts of COVID, we looked at our capital program as well. And we looked at it in a couple of ways. One, we wanted to make sure that the impacts of COVID didn't prevent us from having sufficient funding to do all these projects. We also looked at how COVID impacted our staff availability. Staff have been working hard to directly address the impacts from COVID, and that impacts the amount of time that's available to work on these capital projects. So we wanted to make sure that the projects that we had ongoing, staff had time to turn their attention to it. We also looked at the current status of the projects to see how far along they were. if there was any impacts of delaying or deferring some of these projects, and looking at things that might prevent these projects from moving forward. So, for example, if there's delays in receiving some approvals, or if there is some benefit of coordinating these projects with other projects or with other municipalities. So staff took a look at all these projects on project by project basis, and we determined that approximately 29 million of that $31 million we were able to continue or start work on in 2020, with the majority of those projects being substantially completed by the end of the year. So that means that about a bit over $2 million of projects would be deferred to 2021. So back to the $29 million of projects, that represents almost 100 projects that we're still going to be working on in 2020, so which is a substantial amount still. And we've also determined that there is sufficient funding available to complete those projects as planned. Next slide, please. So this is a sample of the close to 100 projects that that staff are either going to be starting in 2020 or continuing to work on in 2020. So I'm not going to go through the whole list, but as you can see that the town's major projects, so for example, the Operations Center, the Queensville and Mount Albert parks, are still moving forward and are planned to be completed on schedule. So next slide, please. So this is a sample of the larger projects that staff have deferred to 2021. The list is approximately over $2 million, and this is about 1.2 million of it. $2 million is not an insignificant number to look at, to defer, but if you look at our total program, it is less than 10% of our total program that we're still going to be working on. So, so we haven't really been fully or significantly impacted by the COVID. And the deferral of the $2 million, it does help us protect ourselves in the event that there are some further unforeseen impacts of COVID later on. It helps us with our cash flow. And I'd like to also point out that all the projects that have been deferred are planned to commence in 2021. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Fire Chief Rob McKenzie to step us through emergency and community support services.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just before you, Chief McKenzie, did you want to potentially have questions after each section, or did you just want councillors to maybe in the chat room to indicate they had a question? Because we're going to be moving through a lot of areas here, so I was just wondering, rather than have a question maybe 10 minutes after the fact, whether or not after each section we might be able to check.
I agree. I think we should have the questions now. You lose the momentum of the topic if it's 10 or 15 minutes later. So I would ask if there's any questions now on this section before we move from Mr. Marshall to Mr. McKenzie. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering about the sample of projects that can be moved to 2021. Might we expect to see price increases on those projects as time moves on?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is a potential that there might be slight increases in those prices because some of these projects have not been tendered yet. So there is that possibility, but I would think that in the current environment, there might not be a significant increase in what we have budgeted for.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time on this section? Councillor Morton?
No, other than the fact to congratulate staff on keeping it to the amount of money and that they are without us being affected by it for the next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. We'll move along to the next section then. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Warren. The Emergency and Community Safety Services continues to provide and enhance fire and life safety to the town's residents, businesses, and visitors. The 25 full-time, approximately 65 call staff work within several provincial acts to ensure code enforcement, education, and non-emergency response. You'll recognize those in the past as the three pillars of the defense created by the Fire Minister of Ontario. Despite the pandemic, staff in the fire prevention, public education, and training division were still able to function and achieve some of their goals.
Madam Mayor, hey Rob, you're breaking up, at least to me. Is anybody else having difficulties
Yes,
hearing?
I'm having problems too, Tom.
So
Yes.
Chief, let us work it out. Maybe you might have to speak closer to your microphone. And once again, I'll ask, let's make sure everyone has their mics off. Let's see if we can get you a little clearer, okay, Rob? Because I couldn't hear virtually anything you were saying.
Okay, sorry.
We don't want to miss it.
Right. Well, I apologize for that. Despite the pandemic, staff in the fire prevention, public education, and training division were still able to function and achieve some of their goals. One of which was the smoke alarm CO program, which was rolled out and introduced at a previous council session. In addition, the training division was able to provide run, hide, defend training, which for all of corporate staff. If we go to the next slide, the operation division has continued pretty much status quo for the past 6 months, and right now admin staff are in the process of recruiting 8 to 10 new paid on-call firefighters, as well as a full-time fire inspector. Now, this inspector will allow us to be more proactive rather than reactive with the inspection program. Interesting, we requalified for the Fire Underwriter Survey Superior Tanker Accreditation this year, so that's also quite exciting. The next slide, and I won't go through them all, but the next slide highlights some of the impacts by COVID-19 on ECSS. And as you review that, I'll ask if there are any questions.
Other questions of the Chief? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Great, thank you. Well, with that, I'm happy to conclude my portion of the mid-year and say good morning to Mike Molinari, the General Manager of Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, to provide his mid-year report.
Thank you. So before we go to Mr. Molinari, perhaps Councillor Roy DiClemente would move your portion. And I'm just wondering if Councillor Crowe would move as well. And
Madam Mayor,
yes,
we're moving the midterm resolution altogether, and I believe there's some additional recommendations within the midterm later on that we need to discuss. Thank you.
thank you. We'll save it until later. Then go ahead with.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Chief. I'm very proud of the CIS team and the ability of staff to adapt to our current normal. When the pandemic first struck, we quickly implemented rotating shifts to protect staff and ensure business continuity. Since then, and although our department staff have been reporting in daily for some time, we still have our crew's frontline staff separated into work groups for safety and to limit exposure in the event that we do experience a positive case of COVID. Like other departments, we quickly transitioned to have office staff work remotely, and are pleased to advise that our engineering, capital projects, traffic, and public works are and have been fully functional throughout the pandemic, and moving the work of the department forward. Paul Newman, Director of Engineering, will walk us through our mid-year project updates. Jeff Meggett, our Manager of Operations, will cover our response to COVID-19. And Kevin Brake, Manager of Development, will overview our open council resolutions. So Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of council. Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services had a very busy start to the first half of the year, and I'd like to out accomplishments. We had a presentation earlier this year on non-revenue water, and we've also completed a capital improvement to the Bales area where we reduced the size of a water main in the area, and we're waiting results that will help reduce the non-revenue water as a result of ongoing flushing. We have been continuing to work with the N6 municipalities on the Blue Box transition for 2025. We've completed a bag tag introduction, and that's been received well by the public. Our transportation and wastewater master plans, although they're underway and almost complete, because of recent changes to the planning and provincial growth numbers, on the time frame in our master plans, we're extending them from 2041 to 2051, and we're also looking to bring the White Belt lands into that, so that we're working more in compliance with our update to the OP that's under review as we speak, or will be in this year. Also, the secondary plan, it's tied to our master plans. We have also been making sure that the master plans work very well with the secondary plan, and a lot of the work in the master plans has fed very well the plan to date. The natural gas expansion program, we've been working with Enbridge Gas to bring natural gas into additional areas of the town. Again, in a row that we've had 100% compliance with our inspection and our drinking water system, so that's fantastic news. Our capital projects, just some of the highlights on our capital projects. Judah Dome Way is underway. It's got the base asphalt. The utilities are ongoing. I believe they're mostly complete. We're waiting for concrete works to be completed next. And we have deferred the placing of topsoil till late summer, early fall. It has been a very dry summer, and to give that sod the best chance to go forward, we've elected to defer it to later in the summer when the growing season is a little more conducive to that type of work. Also, another Woodbine widening fronting our work center. It is well underway. We have came across some soft ground conditions in the shoulder of the road, which we've been working with CPRC and the region to find resolution. And there will be some additional costs incurred to that. However, the additional costs are well within the available project contingency, so we don't anticipate any real issues with that. On the upper left corner of this slide, as part of our resurfacing project, staff are looking to introduce a crossing there, the Princess Trail, to make it much safer for pedestrians. What we're looking to implement are some pavement markings and signage to, again, make the motorists aware of this crossing. We have spoken to the existing residents adjacent to this crossing, and they're in support of this project. We're anticipating a cost of about $10,000, and we can quite easily implement that into our resurfacing budget, so there will not be a need for additional funds. And by the numbers, I'd like to point out, we have just over 7,300 work orders this year so far to date in the first half of the year. They include resident concerns along with tracking of all our internal work orders of our work. So last year in 2019, we had a total of about 12,000 work orders. And this year we're over half of that already. So our department really hasn't been hugely affected by the pandemic. We are still continuing to deliver our high levels of service. And at that point, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Meggett.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. CIS phased in its operational response to COVID on March 18th. We're happy to report that we've had no staff illnesses related to this horrible disease. Specific actions to take to keep staff safe have been implemented, including remote working, crew work groups, and assigning more singular focused work activities to staff. Since the start of this pandemic, frontline staff are continuing to come to work every single day. Crews are divided into separate facilities with varied shifts to limit unnecessary interaction. We're pleased to report that our summer maintenance program is well on track, albeit hampered lately by the extreme heat that we've had to deal with over the last couple of weeks. We'd like to reiterate that with thanks to our great staff team, we're able to continue to provide essential service throughout this pandemic. We're currently managing 38 active capital projects, and they're continuing with very little slowdown. As Warren indicated, we have, however, deferred a few projects to 2021, mainly due to financial uncertainty during the early stages of this pandemic and the challenges related to public consultation. These projects are Highway 48 sidewalk construction, the Stormwater Management Master Plan update, the LED streetlight conversion strategy, and finally, the road redesign for Old Yonge Street. Finally, we'd like to recognize GFL and express thanks as waste management continues to seamlessly function, even with our bag limit being increased to 5 bags from 2. It was quite a challenging time for GFL. With folks working from home in April, we actually saw significant increases to all levels of the waste stream in the range of 30 to 40% increase over the previous year. Fortunately, these increases were short-lived and settlements have returned to normal and we're trending now as expected. So that's it for my update on COVID. Now I'll pass the presentation on to Kevin Brake, Manager of Development. Kevin?
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everyone. Madam Mayor, members of council, happy to be here this morning to provide a brief update on a handful of outstanding council resolution items that staff continue to work on. Regarding the Leslie Street corridor servicing update, the portion of Leslie Street from Judadone Way to Mount Albert Road, just in front of the Civic Center, staff have had preliminary discussions with stakeholders and the region. Follow-up discussions are anticipated later this year, at which point staff will provide an update to council. The portion of Leslie Street south of Mount Albert Road, this area is dependent on the updated servicing policy and additional allocation from the UISS. As noted, this area is deferred until allocation becomes available. Regarding parking supply concerns associated with new development, further to the consolidated parking and traffic bylaw review, there does appear to be a trend towards larger households with the need for additional parking. CIS staff continue to work on parking standards in conjunction with development services staff to be well positioned for the next wave of growth. This includes an analysis of our zoning bylaw along with our design standards. Regarding the pedestrian crossing at Countryman and Mount Albert Road, in conjunction with CPRC staff, CIS have held an initial discussion with the region and developers to assess options. We have a commitment from the developers group that they will work with the town regarding a safe crossing for pedestrians at this location. We are in discussion with the region as any solution will require regional approval, and further updates will be provided to council as this solution evolves. And finally, regarding the Mount Albert Water Resources Recovery Facility, which is the region's sewage treatment facility in Mount Albert, as we know, in order to complete the Mount Albert community, additional allocation is required. The region is currently evaluating options for plant enhancements and will be carrying out an EA to determine the preferred approach. We will provide further updates to council as this evolves as well. I'd like to now pass it off to Ben Van Gort, Manager of IT and Digital Experience, provided there are no further questions regarding the CIS component. Thank you.
Are there questions regarding the CIS presentation? I'm not seeing any, so we'll move
yes,
along.
Madam Mayor, I had one.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor DeClementi.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess through you to CIS staff, I think it's probably a question for Mr. Meggett regarding GFL. A slight comment ahead of time, which is I'm glad we acknowledged GFL's efforts. I think at the height of the pandemic, when everything seemed to be in flux and a little bit scary, there was something quite reassuring about seeing a garbage truck come down the street collecting the garbage just like it does all the time. So I think you're very well placed to say that GFL did a good job for us. I just wonder, given that waste levels have returned to somewhat normal levels, has there been conversation about reducing the bag limit back to normal levels, and or is it still a challenge because we can't yet sell bag tags in a safe manner?
Through Madam Mayor, yes, that's exactly the case. We're monitoring it right now with the N6 very carefully. That's been going on for a couple weeks. Although rates have gone down, once the tags are available, then we'll be more comfortable to return back to the 2-bag limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Maggot.
Go ahead, Councillor Morton.
It's concerning, I've had questions already about when is the sidewalk going in up to Foodland. So I have a concern about is there any other program that maybe could be put off for another year rather than the sidewalk going up 48 Highway?
Mr. Maggot? Mr. Molinary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, that's one of the projects that we're actually looking to do the design on in 2020 and have it ready for construction in 2021. We still require approval from MTO, and although the initial conversations with MTO have been favorable, we have to work with them on the design and get that approved before we can obviously issue a contract for construction. So we're on it, but our timing is likely more in the 2021 frame for construction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Molinary.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Boyd-Clemente.
Thank you. Just further to that Princess Trail crossing, the crossing at Mount Albert Road at Countryman and the Princess Trail. I think these are all important priorities, particularly given that people are at home more often, and we're seeing a ton more pedestrian traffic on our streets and trails. So if there's a way to highlight these projects and expedite them, I think it's important. With respect to Councillor Morton's comment on the connection from Princess to the plaza to the north, if there's any way of us expediting that MTO approval, I think that should be our first priority. This has been something we've been working towards for quite some time, and it's truly a safety concern. Because if people aren't walking on 48, they're crossing the tracks in behind the store instead, and neither of those options are very appealing to anyone. Thank you.
No, not. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before we move along? Seeing none, we'll move to the next area.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you, Mr. Brake, as well, for the introduction. This year has been one of dramatic changes at the library. Early this year, the library was happy to roll out several new services, including debit and credit transactions at our branches, and our Books with Babies program, which puts information about library services and a free children's book in the hands of new families at the South Lake Regional Health Center. We also welcomed our new digital literacy specialist to assist in expanding our technology programming. She's the one featured actually on the slide. In our new strategic plan, the East Gwillimbury Public Library aspires to nurture literacy in all its forms as the cultural and social heart of the community. These initiatives showed our community that we are a modern, caring, and innovative service and a great place to create, play, and grow. Now, when our physical locations closed in March due to COVID-19, the library remained open online with expanded virtual reference services. And within 2 weeks of the closures, we were offering virtual programming with tech help and story times available through social media and our website. We also adjusted our Wi-Fi to reach further outdoors, kept our food pantry program running, and stop charging overdue fees to support those most vulnerable in our community. All of this is possible really due to the resourcefulness and dedication of our staff who've been working very hard to make this all possible. And our community has reacted. Over 10,000 minutes of programming was watched between March and the end of June. Our ebook and audiobook usage through apps like Libby and Hoopla have gone up 20% compared to the same period last year. And we saw a huge surge in online card registration. On June 9th, we began our curbside service, and we've seen tremendous interest with 337 pickups for books in its first 3 weeks. And we are now at over 500 pickups for curbside during the time of closure. It's also been a good opportunity for our staff to actually have some face-to-face time with a lot of our regular families who have not been able to visit due to the pandemic. They're quick to say how happy they are to finally get new stories to read or books to listen to. And they've been letting us know that seeing Miss Judy doing story times online was one of the ways that they stayed connected to their community even when everything else was closed. Some have been so excited, and actually I'm at Mount Albert today during our curbside hours. We have had to tell people that no, you can't come into the library yet, no matter how much you want to, even if it's just going to be a minute. We just can't quite let people browse yet as we're still planning our reopening. But it does go to show the love our town has for its library system. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, due to the many changes that COVID has brought us, the library has deferred 2 of its capital projects. This includes the library master plan and the Mount Albert renovation phase 2. Also, the expansion of our multilingual collection is being deferred. This is actually due to global restrictions on travel, which is causing a backlog in available multilingual material. It just kind of shows the wide-ranging impacts of this pandemic. However, our IT replacement and library materials projects are ongoing, and our mobile library solution, which is our modernization project, is set to launch in 2020 on schedule. While some projects for the year were put on hold, we took advantage of new opportunities that arose as well. We've been able to work with the Parks and Rec Department and the Sharon Temple to launch the first ever Camp in a Box program in EG, and have begun to offer weekly portable programs and storytime kits to the community for free during our curbside hours. And finally, a lot of us, myself included, we're getting a lot more comfortable seeing ourselves on camera and hearing our voices as well. It's given us a bunch of new ways to offer programs and services that we've never offered before. And now we know that even in a global pandemic, our staff will come together to inspire the community to learn, discover, and create new connections. And now we are open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Congratulations. Oh, Councillor Brady Clemente, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend Ben on such a great presentation. Obviously, I'm relatively well acquainted with the work that's been done by our staff at the library, and not just Ben, but the entire team has done an amazing job. I just wanted to comment on, there was one line in the presentation that said that our food bank was continuing to serve the community. The volunteers and library staff who were responsible for that program bent over backwards to try and make the new COVID world work for them. But the challenge is that at this point, because our facilities remain closed, we cannot, or the library and its program cannot properly serve the community with actual food from its supplies. They don't have access to that, and while the community as a whole wants to donate physical food, there isn't a mechanism for that to happen. And so this is more not so much a plea for the library, but more along the lines of the facilities and the corporation itself to find a way to make this work so that our library can continue to serve those at need in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of the library? Well, I must say you were very adaptable very quickly, and I know that our community is very grateful. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to echo what Councillor Roy Clemente was saying. I think we need a creative solution to this, and it should not be on the library solely to find a way to make the food bank happen, but we need this to be a priority for the town. So I'm hoping that our COVID team can take a look at how we can get food out through our local food pantry, especially if we're talking about facilities being closed until January. We need a solution to this, and it needs to be made a priority. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And now we will be passing it off to Mark Valchich, General Manager of Corporate Services, for his portion of the report.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. Madam Mayor, I'm pleased to sort of kick off the corporate services portion of the presentation. We've been incredibly busy, very productive. I think we've had a very successful 2020, and I'm going to turn it over to some of our key leads within the various service areas of corporate services to speak a little bit more about some of the initiatives and accomplishments that they've been involved in to date so far. And I'm going to start off with our Manager of Financial Services, Val Adima.
Thanks, Mark. As you can see from the notes on the slide, Finance has had a busy first half of 2020. A few highlights to note: as the result of the COVID pandemic, staff successfully transitioned our year-end audit from a highly paper-based process in past years to a fully electronic and remote process. Staff were still able to respond to all inquiries, provide all information electronically, and maintain the timeline that was set out before we knew about the pandemic. Along with transitioning all staff to working remotely to perform standard duties like water billing, property tax billing, and general accounting duties, staff were also completing the final development of our new financial reporting and budget system. We've recently completed system demonstrations, launched a set of online training videos and handouts, and have opened up the new system for the 2021 budget development to all the operating department staff. All this from the comfort of our kitchen tables. As we move into the latter half of 2020, we will continue to work on our modernization initiatives, such as e-billing, self-serve account access for residents and businesses, and the preparation work that is required to transition to monthly water billing in 2021. These projects will not only enhance and modernize the service we provide, but will also improve our internal efficiency through the increased use of technology and automation. With that, I will pass things along to Laura Hanna, Director of Communications and Customer Service.
Thank you, Val. For communications, we've moved forward with many of our planned projects for 2020, including the website redevelopment project, which we've touched on a few times this year, as part of the rollout for the modernization program. We also have a cross-departmental team who's working on the content of the website, and we're currently finalizing the contract with the vendor and hope to move forward with the design in the coming weeks. COVID has had significant impacts for our customer service team, and we're currently working with the majority of staff remotely. However, we still continue to provide services for residents virtually through emails and phone, and as was discussed earlier, the one service we are unable to provide right now is the marriage licenses. We've had to adapt a number of ways that we do provide services as well. So one example is that we've altered our application process for fire permits, which continues to be very popular at this time. So for example, previously people had to come into the Civic Center and submit an application that was hand-drawn, and now people can submit those virtually, and they're able to make a payment for that virtually as well. So this is just one example of how we're continuing to adapt our services and modernize, and how we hope to continue to deliver these services for residents moving forward. And I'll now pass it to Scott McNeil of Diverse Systems Group. As you know, Scott has been leading our information management strategy development, and in particular leading our operations for IT through the COVID response.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. On behalf of the town's IT department, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. It goes without saying the past few months have represented a unique opportunity for the town and specifically for the IT team. Collectively, we have achieved a great deal as we continue to provide services while using new tools and modified processes. Changes in how we deliver services has further highlighted the importance that information management plays in the delivery of quality services. Our slide denotes that we are currently administrating 40 plus IT projects. These projects are designed to further build out the town's back-end systems, which in turn will improve access to important operational information and allow staff to continue to provide high-value resident-focused services. COVID-19 has taught us a lot of things, but one thing I'm most grateful for is the cooperation and flexibility of staff as we in the IT team delivered new solutions, and the amount of time that people generously provided to us in testing new solutions to make them successful has been we are more than grateful for their time. In the end, we came together and used new tools and modified processes that allowed us to achieve a lot over the last little while. And I'm thankful for everybody's time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time about our presentation or any of the services that we've been able to deliver over the last few months.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from members of council?
Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt, if I might. It's Mr. Ventrcek.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering, we still have a couple of slides to go through the corporate services area. With your permission, I would just suggest that we finish that off, and then when we're finished corporate, there may be questions that could be directed to any of the areas in our mandate.
Thank you. Go ahead.
At this point, we'll turn it over to Margot Bejin, and Margot is going to provide you with a little bit of an update on what's been happening in the area of community and business development. Margot?
Thanks, Mark, and through you, Madam Mayor. I'll just very quickly touch on some of the highlights. I think what's most notable is that even though our businesses have been significantly impacted by the COVID pandemic, development has continued to progress. We still are receiving new inquiries about new business openings and development projects, and have done so throughout the pandemic. And I'm pleased to note that we have a new business in Mount Albert opening today. So they're going through a soft opening, and we'll be looking forward to a more formal splashy opening later in August. So that speaks to the resiliency of our business community, and hopefully is a good indicator of our path towards a full economic recovery. I just also wanted to highlight from this sort of list of achievements, the strengthened strategic partnerships, because I think that's been critical, especially in our COVID response. Throughout the last 6 months, we've had a much stronger working relationship with my economic development colleagues at the region, with my N6 colleagues, with the Chamber of Commerce, and other partners like Toronto Global, for example. So having those strengthened relationships has allowed us to leverage those partnerships to respond to COVID, but also to advance our broadband objectives, and even to keep moving towards attracting investment. So I think that that puts us in a good position to be able to move forward and to transition out of this this current pandemic and continue to support our business communities moving forward. If there are no specific questions, I would like to turn it back to General Manager Ventrcek to wrap things up.
Thank you very much, Margot. Madam Mayor, in terms of COVID-19 impacts, I'm not going to go through the long list that you see on the screen, but I just would like to reiterate how incredibly pleased and proud I am of the team and of the extended management team and staff throughout the town for really working together to turn the physical operation into a virtual operation, and for the most part, to ensure that our residents and businesses continue to receive the services and support that they depend on. And so we're really pleased to have really played a role, as I've often referred to as operational first responders to this crisis situation, health and economic, that we faced. I think the staff have done a great job summarizing the areas of responsibility within corporate services, and I think really this year 2020 is all about COVID, and so although we have carried on and are moving forward on some other operational initiatives like audits and website development and some of the other things, it's quite interesting that the discussion point has largely been focused around COVID. But important to note that there's a lot of day-to-day operations that have continued rather seamlessly behind the scenes despite the stress and pressure that COVID has imposed. Next slide, please. We have very little in terms of council resolutions that are outstanding for follow-up. One is the new town logo, and we have a memo on the agenda today to speak to that, and we have a couple of credit charge, development charge agreements that we're working on. And other than that, our response to council resolutions is up to date. So with that, Madam Mayor, if there's any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Madam Mayor, given that there's no questions, it's my pleasure to turn it over at this point to the General Manager of Community Parks, Recreation and Culture, Aaron Karmazin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Through you, Madam Mayor. Community Parks, Rec and Culture continues to expand and enhance our service delivery. Our Parks branch this year continues to construct and redevelop our community parks and trails. Mount Albert and Queensville Park redevelopments will be complete by August. Ridgeview Park and Holland Landing will further be expanded to a total of 15 acres, being one of the largest parks in East Gwillimbury. And Children of Peace Park, adjacent to the Sharon Temple, is anticipated for completion this fall as well. And the Sharon Creek Trail is also complete, has been completed this summer. Next slide, please. Some highlights from our program and events area. We successfully moved our farmers market to a new location here at the Civic Center with enhanced safety measures, working along with our partners with York Region Health. And we continue to engage our community innovatively through virtual programming with the Health and Active Living Challenge, our Virtual Canada Day, our Sold Out Camp in a Box program, virtual partnership programming with the Sharon Temple and the EG Public Library. Next slide, please. The facilities branch continues to construct the operations center on Woodbine, one of the largest projects in the town's history. The project completion and occupancy is anticipated for Q1, Q2 2021. Project is tracking on time and well within budget. The HELP project team continues to design the Health and Active Living Plaza, convenient and complementary services at one location, EG's first aquatic center, gymnasium, running track, program space, and a library. Town staff will be reporting back as the design progresses, including design trends and considerations due to COVID-19. And facility staff also recently completed updates to the EG Sports Complex ice plant, and staff are currently preparing an RFP for some initial architectural services for public consultation and some concept designs at the sports complex facility and surrounding parkland. Next slide, please. The Children of Peace Park, as previously indicated, will be complete this fall. Staff and the design team encountered some tree and tree root interference with 5 mature 50-plus-year-old trees at the northern limit or the northern elevation of the site, adjacent to the park entry off Leslie Street. We are seeking council direction to procure a small parcel of land from the landowner of the Ramsey House property to the south. The recommended land procurement would facilitate a larger and more enhanced park entry, and of course preserve 5 of those mature trees at that location. Sufficient funding has been identified by utilizing the cash in lieu for Parkland Reserve. Next slide, please. The Mount Albert Streetscape and Urban Design Improvement Project for the north and south corners of Leslie and Mount Albert is now complete. The Region of York Streetscape Partnership has confirmed a grant towards the project in the amount of $59,000. the region requires a maintenance agreement to complete the grant, and staff are seeking council direction to complete this agreement or execute this agreement. In addition, the town continues to review the disposition of land of all four corners with the Region of York. Next slide, please. So in response to COVID-19, I do have to shout out to Parks and Rec staff for their response. They have made best efforts to diligently and efficiently respond to COVID-19. A couple of examples of this is managing the closure and the safe reopening of parks amenities, and now moving into the phase 3, examining the potential for safe reopening of municipal facilities and programs. Also, we've had a third of our staff redeployed, in particular the facilities and the program folks moving into parks roles. And this has led to significant cost savings measures across the entire department, where we've been able to offset loss of revenue and achieve a net zero financial impact due to COVID-19. Next slide, please. Moving forward, we have a short list of reports back to Council planned for Q3 and Q4 of 2020. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions and then pass on the presentation to Dean Horner, Town Solicitor and GM for Legal and Council Support Services.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. Karmazin? I'm not seeing any. We'll pass. Oh, just a moment. Councillor Roy DiClemente. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Karmazin. I know that we're trying to sort of balance staff resources with respect to parks versus facilities. We're starting or I've been fielding a fair number of questions about facilities reopening, the possibility of having cooling centers open. There's a connection into the library, because if people don't have air conditioning, they were often either going to the library or going for a little walk in the sports complex, and those aren't options available to them. So I'm just wondering if we could start to have that conversation about what sorts of, whether it's a limited open, if it's one facility or what have you, if there's a facility that we might be able to offer up in a safe fashion for people as a cooling center or as a place for a bit of respite from the heat. Just wanting to start that conversation. I know it's a challenge to balance all of it, but I think at this point people are saying if stores are open and they can go shopping, how come they can't go to a municipal facility and cool off? So that's just sort of the comments that I'm hearing from the community. Thank you.
Comment, Mr. Karmazin.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are working with the COVID group as well as senior management team at looking at how to have a modified safe reopening, and in particular, first things first is risk management and public safety, and how to reopen safely with the York Region Health guidelines and our industry best practices. And then as well, in a Parks and Rec setting, is the cost implications of reopening, how to manage those budgets appropriately to provide an adequate level of service, but balance off economic feasibility. So we hope to plan a further report back to Council in August, and that will add more clarity as far as what some plans may be for some phased reopenings or modified reopenings.
Thank you. Councillor Crone, you had a question, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. Karmazin. I was wondering if you could give us any sort of updates on the Mount Albert Skate Park. I have a number of mothers and fathers contacting me about it with their kids anxious to get out there. I think there's some sneaking past the fences in the wee hours. So if you could give us an update on that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are getting close. We are expecting the skate park the week of the civic long weekend, sometime in that week. It is still an occupied work zone, so we would ask that people just hold off until we get the sod put down and watered in, and the finishing touches put on the park. But we'd be happy to deliver it early in August.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council?
Madam Mayor, just following up on what Scott was saying, I've gone by the park a number of times in the last couple of weeks, and the kids are absolutely smashing down the gate at the front to get in there. And it's always the same 3 or 4, but they're making a mess in there too of the dirt, things like that. They're going up and down the skate park, and I'm just concerned that there is going to be some injuries for these kids as well.
Mr. Karmazin, is there the ability to secure this site a little more than it is now, or we've done our best and we still can't secure it for those keeners that are anticipating the opening?
Through you, Madam Mayor, given the councillor's comments, we will follow up with the general contractor. I do know that they have fast fenced with steel fencing the skate park site to secure it as best they can. But we will certainly look at any additional measures that we could take into consideration.
Thank you very much. If there was ever any, thank you. If there was ever any question about whether we should be building it or not, I think that answers it. That we've got a young group there that are very excited about getting it open, and I suspect that it'll be very busy once we do. So thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Karmazin? I'm not seeing any. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm happy to advise that in our department, it really has largely been business as usual over the past half a year, although staff are primarily working remotely. This afternoon, I think what I'd like to do is invite the team to briefly highlight some of the higher profile mid-year accomplishments that we've got to date. And I'll start off by speaking briefly about 3 different items. The first is the clandestine drug labs cost recovery bylaw, and this was an interesting initiative that Madam Mayor brought to us as a member of the board at the request of YRP. And with council support, we've been able to enact this bylaw, which will permit both YRP and the town to recover costs that we both incur in investigating and cleaning up illegal drug labs. So a good accomplishment. The other thing which is taking a lot of time in the past few months is the whole issue of cannabis in the town. And it really has been my pleasure to provide support and to work with the team in the planning department, the fire department, building and bylaws, just to make sure that cannabis production in the town occurs in accordance with all applicable zoning and building and fire code provisions. And then finally, we recently received direction from council to pursue a strategic property purchase, and I want to assure council that we are proceeding with that. And so you can look forward to a report on the status of negotiations in an upcoming council report. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the clerk, Fernando Lamanna, just to speak about some of the accomplishments that he's had in the past 2 months.
Thank you, Dean. Madam Mayor, members of council, my pleasure to advise of the accomplishments within the clerk's branch, and I'll start with the newest and work backwards. Last month, we were able to pass a updated flag policy that involved the installation of a community flagpole in the south courtyard, and also confirmation that we're continuing to be a non-proclamation municipality. One of the larger and more involved projects and is what we're dealing with today, and that is the electronic meetings that we've been put in place thanks to provincial legislation changes on electronic council meetings, and that not only includes council meetings, but all of the various council meetings that and advisory committee meetings that we have under your umbrella. In addition, we have finalized the draft procedural bylaw. It's anticipating legal's final review, and as late as last week, with the royal assent of Bill 197, one of the changes within that bill actually acknowledged the success of electronic council meetings throughout the province, and they're further changing the Municipal Act to allow council meetings to their own discretion to continue with electronic meetings or a hybrid thereof, and also implemented a new proxy voting system, which we're still waiting on guidelines, but that will also updates to the procedural bylaw will need to be incorporating those new changes. That is all that I have under the clerk's branch, and I'll pass it over to Jennifer, Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, for her update.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Council. Just a quick update from the bylaw branch. With COVID, we've continued to deliver uninterrupted services while providing, working in conjunction with the health unit, enforcing the provincial order. Staff have also planned a joint initiative with health unit to focus on the enforcement of the new provincial Phase 3 regulations, with, of course, the focus on educating first. To date, the branch has issued 8 provincial offences charges with the provincial courts for zoning violations for the use not permitted, namely operating a medical marijuana production facility, with ongoing joint inspections with York Regional Police and staff in the shortcoming weeks. So this is an ongoing occurrence as the complaints come in. In addition, we have the animal care and control bylaw that was drafted. Staff reached out to various stakeholders and community input on this new bylaw, and we received 164 participants who provided valuable input to the bylaw, and that should be going forward for you later on in the agenda. Also, in addition with that, was some amendments to the fees and charges bylaw, which would include the kennel and licensing fees, which would go in conjunction with that new bylaw. Also, we have drafted up a new noise bylaw, and this is in response to some complaints that we're having in regards to noise, and just updating some of those outstanding bylaws. So that is it for the bylaw branch. I will now pass it over to Tara Lijavardi, our Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Jennifer. From the bylaw enforcement area and COVID-19 impacts throughout to the Legal and Counsel Support Services Department, to date, we haven't had any issues with respect to compliance. Individuals have responded fairly positively, and no tickets have been issued as of yet. Our staff continue to promote education with respect to the provincial emergency orders under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. In the spirit of adaptability and embracing change, as Fernando mentioned earlier, we have played an integral role in the successful rollout and implementation of electronic council meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic, and similarly the implementation of electronic advisory committee meetings, which includes the development of new protocols and procedures. Additionally, by leveraging technology and the new ways of conducting business, we have also successfully implemented virtual capabilities to process FOIs, and to date I can say that we have processed about 20 FOIs remotely. And last but not least, as indicated in the recovery framework presentation earlier, legal and counsel support services staff have been and continue to be active participants on the COVID-19 control group, as well as the town's recovery team. At this point, I will turn the presentation back to General Manager Horner, and he will walk you through the follow-up, departmental follow-ups.
Thank you. We have a few outstanding items with council. The first on our list is the proposed motorized snow vehicle bylaw. So we'll make sure we get that on the agenda before we hit zero. The next thing on the list is the Church Street and open road allowance. So this is a proposed. The proposal here would be to stop up and close and declare surplus and sell. So we'll make sure that you get this future report. And then, as Jennifer Nichols mentioned, we've got a couple of items that you'll receive shortly, because the drafts, while the drafts are already prepared, or else are already on the agenda. So the first is the sign bylaw. So I have a draft, and that'll be on your agenda shortly. And the note here on the animal and avian husbandry is actually the animal care and control bylaw, which is on your agenda. So council will have an opportunity to consider that today. So the team and I are happy to answer any questions you may have, and failing that, we're very happy to turn it over to General Manager Ramuno of Development Services.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Horner at this time? I'm not seeing any, so we'll move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. So for development services, I think the CAO mentioned earlier on that we've had a pretty busy first part of the year with respect to construction activity. Our building construction value is creeping up at 33+ million. We've surpassed our projections with respect to building permits. We're at 325, and I believe we're only projecting about 300. And we're hearing from the building industry that they will be coming in with additional permits. So we're very busy at that end. With respect to, we have developed and councils endorsed the parking lot and drive-through urban design guidelines about a month ago. We are towards the end stages of streamlining our heritage register. That should be coming to council. We're planning in September. As you know, we've held just last month a public planning meeting for our 4 employment secondary plan area, which is an item on the agenda today. We've been reporting on changes to the provincial plans, etc. We're working with the various other departments to redesign and streamline our sort of development review committee practice and checklist. Enacted an interim control bylaw. Obviously, with the we've held a number of virtual public planning meetings, committee of adjustment, as well as pre-consultation meetings that staff continue to hold with development industry and interested applicants. The other interesting point here as well is in response to COVID, with the assistance of all the departments and Margot, we've already put in place and established a new protocol and streamlined process to allow our restaurants to establish outdoor patios. And that's working well. Next slide, please. Here again, we have been holding ongoing discussions with our landowner stakeholders regarding future growth, and we've got a couple items on the agenda this afternoon for council to consider. We are working on our enhancements to our internal software, particularly CityView. That's working well because we have our e-building permit process, and so all those building permits are being submitted online, and it's been a seamless transition. Next slide. So with respect to some of the COVID impacts, again, I think I touched on a lot of these. Like most departments, staff is doing well. They've adjusted to working remotely, business as usual. We're holding all our public meetings and committee adjustment meetings virtually, working well. The one point is, I think I mentioned, the month of June, we received issued 150 permits in the month of June, and that equals our busiest month ever in EG, which was back in June of 2017. And our building inspectors have been very busy. They've been out there every day with respect to carrying out inspections, and our internal staff conducting their plans, examinations, and reviews in order to issue permits in a timely fashion. And I've already mentioned, we've got a couple reports, key reports for council's consideration on today's agenda, particularly the employment secondary plan, which is complete and will be considered by council this afternoon. And the last slide, I believe, is the some of the follow-ups. As I mentioned, the Heritage Register review, we're looking at bringing that back Q3 this fall for council's consideration. The Heritage Salvage Program, again, we've ongoing work with that, and we're hoping to bring that back to council as well back in the fall. Street naming inventory, that's another one that we're close to finalizing to bring that back this fall as well for council's consideration. With respect to the Lake Simcoe LPAT appeal, we do have a settlement hearing that'll be virtual, and that's scheduled for early September. I've mentioned the 404 a number of times, and of course the interim control bylaw. That's a work project that will be reporting back at a future date with some of the results, and eventually scheduling a public meeting on some of the results of that internal land use study. And I believe that completes it for Development Services, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there questions at this time? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. You mentioned that the month of June 2020 was equivalent to June 2017 with the height of development. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of whether those permits that were issued were for new homes, or whether they were for people who were investing in their existing home and with a renovation project. Because I know our local home improvement centers have been sold out of lumber, and there's supply shortages and so on of construction materials. It seemed to me that there were, based on the information from the beginning of the program about new homes being occupied, that there might have been about 75 permits, and I didn't know how that compared to other years where we would see a similar mix. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. With respect to the numbers as of the end of June, the total numbers, we received 300 building permits. 250 of the 300 are for new homes, and the other 50 are for renovations, decks, sheds, and minor additions. And that through our discussions with the building industry, looks like there's still a big demand, and we'll be seeing additional permits with respect to both new homes and just resident renovations and additions to their existing homes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Bruno? Seeing none, we'll move along.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of Council. My name is Michelle Collette, Director of HR, and I'm very pleased this afternoon to be giving you an update of our people program, I should say. The following slides will tell the people story from the beginning of 2020 until now. This story will include people, culture, process, technology, and the impacts that COVID-19 have had on our staff. So pre-COVID, as you can see on the slides, we engaged our EAP carrier to provide our staff with some general EAP information. that actually was fortuitous because it has come in handy given being in a pandemic. So it's really helped our staff to cope with day-to-day stressors and just to cope with their working arrangements. We also had an appreciation day that was pre-COVID in March, just before COVID, and that allowed our staff to have a coffee break with their leaders and staff. So it was a very, very great event, and I know staff quite enjoyed that. With respect to succession planning, another project that we embarked on just before COVID, we engaged our staff in an interactive opportunity to discuss their future, their immediate career plans, and preparing for the future. This really allowed our managers and leaders to work with our staff and prepare for our future, which we have documented. We also launched a CAO internship program and was very well received. As you can see on the metrics, we had 8 of our staff look to participate in this program, and we will be engaging in that post-COVID. As preparing for the future, we have started to look at our market review program. This is something that we do engage in every 3 years, and we have started that process. As you will see on the slides, diversity and inclusion is very much an integral part of our EG people culture. We actually presented to Council in January, as you may recall, our programs and initiatives and our plans for the future, and we had several of our stakeholders join us in those presentations. As discussed at that presentation, we are working on our 5-year plan, and I myself am working directly with the Diversity and Inclusion Committee to work on our plans. Part of those plans during COVID times, we actually engaged with our EAP carrier and had a program on anti-racism and allyship. We had a great turnout. We had a program for our leaders as well as staff, and we will be having more of the online learning initiatives in August. COVID times came about, and as we entered this new and unprecedented times, we ensured that our staff, that we continue to engage in our staff and allow them opportunities in this new world of virtual meetings. We had town hall meetings, events, and newsletters. As noted on the slide, you can see the metrics that we've had in HR to date. Next slide, please. This next slide depicts our process and technology. So utilizing our online systems, which have been in place pre-COVID and have really allowed our staff an opportunity to learn online. It's a very much an innovative system, and we've been able to provide our staff with communication messages, e-learning opportunities, and all the information they need with respect to COVID. We have launched our COVID health and safety programs through the learning systems, as well as continued our leadership learning opportunities through Harvard mentorship and new programs and initiatives, and we will continue to do so. As you can see on the slide, there's different metrics there. We launched 460 courses. We've had 4,843 visits to LMS from our staff. We had 35 leaders participate in our Harvard management and 104 hours of training currently on the LMS. Next slide, please. This slide is depicting our COVID impacts and actions with our staff. So from the very beginning of the pandemic, we took immediate action to ensure the health, safety of our staff and residents and implemented, as discussed earlier, remote work arrangements based on service delivery and continued to assess the situation through staffing analysis. These assessments have been completed monthly and will continue to do so as we proceed through the pandemic. During these times, we have placed our seasonal staff, as mentioned earlier, on what we call declared emergency leave, and this was due to provincial closures of our facilities. We created cross-functional teams based on organizational needs and have continued to assess our people planning matters as we move forward through this pandemic. We will continue to check in on our staff through virtual means of town halls and staff communications. Next slide, please. As mentioned by my colleagues, we've all conducted a review of council resolutions. As you can see in the HR area, we have a few resolutions to date, and they are continue to be ongoing with respect to staff and council remuneration, health and safety training, which will continue to update council and provide council with that information. And we're, as I mentioned, working with the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, looking at an EG annual faith calendar. Thank you, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that pretty much concludes our mid-year presentation. I indicated at the beginning it was very comprehensive, and certainly have accomplished a lot during these trying times. So on that note, I'll pass it back to you, and we will continue to provide regular updates to council and the public.
Thank you very much to all of the staff. It's hard to believe that it's 6 months and the amount of material that we have seen this morning and the projects that have taken place are quite remarkable in some very trying times. It was very nice to see the extended management team providing information as well. So thank you very much for that. With that, I just wondered if there are any questions from members of council. We kind of held them off until the end, although I know that there were some that we answered early on. But I would just ask if there's any members of council who would ask a question. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologize I didn't ask this up front, but at the very beginning, one of the very earliest slides of the presentation, there was an amount regarding the COVID-19 financial impact to the town, and it was quoted as a number of 1.9 million. I was curious about that number because I know at the report that we received on June 23rd, it was $1 million to the end of June and then 1.6 to the end of August. So I'm just wondering what's changed since July till this. So in the past month, I'm sure there's an easy answer about it, but I'm just wanting to be aware of and engaged with the financial impact of this pandemic to the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Webster, would we have an answer for that question?
I believe that our finance area, Mr. Marshall, would be able to update that number.
Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The difference is the contribution that we provided to the South Lake Community Futures for the $250,000 to help the businesses. Or that's the only difference in that estimate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was right. It was an easy answer. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. We have a proposed resolution in front of us. Are there any questions on the resolution? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente. And a seconder. Councillor Foster. Are there any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Webster, would you please share our appreciation and thanks to all of staff for the incredible work that they have done this particular 6 months. They always are stellar, but this last 6 months certainly has been very challenging. And our staff, we are, as a council, we are so grateful for staff that are ready to step up and make a difference. And we can tell that today by the caliber of the reports that we've received. So please share that with everyone. I know that many are on the call now, but there's many that have actually worked on these reports, and those that have been on the ground, so to speak, with the daily operations that are not with us today. Thank you very much.
I will remind you, Madam Mayor, that we have a virtual staff town hall tomorrow at 9 o'clock as well. So all of council and yourself are invited to that, and you can actually thank them personally at that time. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
And that I will. Thank you. We are at Item G, my understanding was we were going to take a break at some point. Might this be the break, or will we move along?
Madam Mayor, if I may interject there, we were starting development services with a hard start at 2 p.m. as we had external consultants. So we will need to stick to that timeline. Now, we do have all of our other internal departments that we need to go through. There's a number of reports on the agenda still. We're rolling up on 3 hours, so we might have some bladders that are bursting and some lunch that needs to be had. So we can certainly take the break now, resume with G1 when we come back at whatever time you impose, and then at 2 p.m. Move to development services with the external consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I would take your suggestion that we would break now. We will come back, and I'm just wondering timing. What was the expectation of the break? A half an hour, 40 minutes?
Madam Mayor, initially senior management talked about an hour, but I think it's 12:50 right now. I think it's reasonable if we come back at 1:30, try to get some initial reports done, and then break at or move to development services right at 2.
Thank you. I think that would be prudent at this time. So with that, we will break and be back at 1:30, starting with G1, and then we will alter our agenda if we're not at that point to go into the other reports later on. With that, thank you very much, and we will take a break at this time. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume our meeting for today, and we'll start with item G, corporate services. Do we have, checking to see if we have everyone here with us. This is a presentation to council regarding the tender awards for over $100,000. We have a staff person who would be speaking to this.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a couple of very brief opening remarks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this memo is the first of its kind that you've received. As you will recall, in 2019, late 2019, we updated the procurement policy. Council approved procurement policy. It's been in place for many, many years and served us well. But we did make a number of adjustments in the new policy to make our processes a little more efficient, a little more effective and current. One of the things that we did is for tender awards, that is when we had bids on services or goods that we were looking for that were simply dependent on price, and we were awarding to the lowest compliant bid, that authority would rest with staff, our professional procurement staff in collaboration with the department subject matter leads, and that we would periodically report back to council for information only in terms of what had been awarded that was in excess of $100,000. So for today, we've got 5 items on the list, all of them approved and well within the approved budgets that were set by council, and it is simply here for information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini and Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 2. Go ahead, Mr. Ventrcek.
Madam Mayor, item 2 relates to an update on the town logo. As you recall, we have started this initiative a number of months ago. Our communication staff are leading it. They've got a brief presentation for you. I just want to remind council and the public that's watching that this does not replace the official coat of arms that will be used in formal circumstances or on official correspondence and documentation, but is really intended to be a little bit more of an easy to remember sort of marketing style logo that will sort of promote the town and sort of be a little bit more identifiable for folks and easy to remember us by. So we've gone through a really, really comprehensive engagement process to date, and to give you a little bit of an overview on that, I'm going to turn it over to Danielle Verneuil, who will start the presentation, and Laura Hanna will also provide some comments, and then we have a memo for information for you. So I'll turn it over to Danielle at this point.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Danielle Verneuil, and I'm the communications coordinator for the town. Presenting with me today is Laura Hanna, our Director of Communications and Customer Service. We are excited to present you with an update on our new town logo, as well as options for your and the public's consideration. Next slide, please. I'm going to start things off with a brief history of our logo journey to date, which was also presented in June by Laura. The process began in last April with a public engagement strategy and evolved to include a contest that received a total of 66 submissions, as well as many stakeholder meetings. Next slide, please. We were prepared in March to move forward with a logo update report, but with the uncertainty of COVID-19 at the time, our primary focus shifted to the town's response and communicating to our residents. Where are we today? Well, we have a lot of exciting options to share with you that Laura will be walking you through in just a moment. Next slide, please. Firstly, we would like to thank everybody that participated in the logo contest. We were very excited to see all the amazing submissions and wanted to give a special shout out to our younger residents that sent in some awesome drawings as well. An appendix of all these submissions we received is included with our memo. The top 10 submissions were scored based on the criteria that was set out as part of the concept. Some of that criteria included whether or not the design was modern, incorporated our town colors or strategic priorities, as well as used the letters E and G. Each submission was reviewed and needed a score of 60% or higher to be considered for the next phase. Next slide, please. I'm now going to pass it off to Laura Hanna, who will take you through our concepts and options for moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. As Danielle mentioned, we did conduct an initial review of all of the logos, and from there, we met with various stakeholders, including council, our senior management team, a staff working group, and an external printing provider, just to check the viability for printing all of the potential logos. These sessions were a great opportunity for us to narrow down from the top 10 to 2 preferred logos, which are the ones that you see on the screen in front of you. The feedback from these sessions was actually not to pick one or the other, but to look at a combination of the 2 logos because they both had great elements that those in the sessions liked. As we do have the 2 logos, the first place prize would be awarded to both designers as they both influence what we perceive to be the potential final concept. Next slide. So once it was determined that we were going to be combining the 2 logos, we developed a number of criteria to create this potential new design. So firstly, submission 1 on the previous screen would be used as the basis of the logo, and the leaf design from submission 2 would be incorporated into the base to enhance the overall image and better depict the town's overall landscape and commitment to environmental sustainability. We also separated the E and the G, and that was really for optimal printing and embroidery. And the colors were updated to ensure that they were adherence to the town's brand. This image, seen on the screen, was presented to the working groups, and we received really positive feedback about it. However, when we finalized those conversations, we still had 2 outstanding recommendations. If you can go to the next slide, please. So the first recommendation that was outstanding was the request to have, instead of the 2-tone letters, either blue or green. At this time, if one color is selected for the letters, we would recommend the blue one to move forward, so option 2A. Next slide, please. The other comments that we received was, could the leaf be more prominent and could it be a more modern or streamlined design? So Danielle and I worked together and we designed these options, which utilized the elements and the positive feedback that we received, but we just wanted to look at them a little bit differently, and that way we had a bit of variety to work with. Next slide, please. So at this time, we're recommending that these logos be brought back to the public for a final engagement opportunity. This consultation would really allow residents to recommend any final tweaks or updates to the concepts to ensure that the final product is one that residents are really proud of and connects with the community. Staff are recommending proposing option 2A and either option 3A or option 3B for the public's review. And these images are preferred and would provide at least 2 various options for residents to comment between. Next slide, please. So at this time, Communications is prepared to launch a final public engagement opportunity throughout the month of August, and we would utilize an online survey where residents could provide feedback and comments about the designs. Once the engagement session is complete, staff can gather all of the final feedback received and provide a report back to Council in the fall regarding next steps and a potential adoption of a town logo. Once the logo is selected, the rollout would be phased in with a gradual approach to help limit some of the financial costs. The first phase, which would potentially occur in Q4, would be all of our digital platforms and assets, which don't have a cost for replacement value. Other items that would move forward would be some physical projects that were put on hold pending the new logo, and that would be something such as the wayfinding signs, which is how we started this conversation. And further phases would really be phased in over time at end of life or replacement time. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Laura. Questions from members of council? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our staff. A great job on this. I know it wasn't easy and challenging, especially in the midst of COVID-19. So thank you for all that. Best case scenario, once we've all landed on a perfect logo and everything is good to go, how soon do you think we could see them showing up on some of our signs throughout the town?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we have our completion of our public engagement session through August and that goes well, we could provide a report back to Council in September, and depending just on meeting dates, once that's approved, we can work with CPRC to get some of those signs up potentially before the winter.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Persichini?
Oh, just you saw me. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a question to the committees involved in this thing. Did we talk about maybe once we choose the logo, if it's picked by the it was given by the community, someone in the community, we would give them a little prize or something? I thought we talked about that, like a little gift from us, from the council and mayor. Once we choose the logo, the appropriate logo. Was that some thought into that?
Yes.
To recognize a person?
I believe so. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Through our contest rules that was held in October, we did have a prize fund of $2,500 for the winner, which came out of our existing communications budget. As I mentioned, we have combined two logos, and so what we would recommend is if we do proceed forward with the recommendations that were in today's presentation, that both of those artists receive that prize funding. And that
if
can
we do that,
existing budget.
And if we do that, I wonder if we could put it in our local paper, the winners of the people when the time comes. If they wish to be on it, just to recognize them and say, hey, that was great.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. These look great. I love where we've landed on this, and I'd be happy with any of them, but I think you're asking for our input about whether we wanted 3A or 3B as the second option to propose to the public. My vote would be for 3A, where the letters are sort of part of the logo as opposed to standalone. I think that it looks more like a logo rather than just two letters floating on their own. The other input I had, and maybe this ship's already sailed, but when we went from the green E and the blue G to all one color, I agree with that. But I'm just wondering if the East Gwillimbury below could be green, because we've lost a lot of that green. So just wondering if we're past that stage, that's fine, it's great. But if the letters are going to be both blue, wondering if the East Gwillimbury underneath can be green.
That's absolutely something that we could look at, and with the public feedback opportunity, I think those are the types of comments that we may receive from the public as well, so we can definitely make note of that, and then when we have all of that feedback gathered, we can make those final tweaks. I definitely think that as part of that process, there will be additional tweaks to what you're seeing on the screens right now.
Thank you, and like I said, they're all great, so whatever one we end up with is fine by me. Thanks.
Are there other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. I think you've done a terrific job. I'm really excited that someone from our community has that skill and talent. So let's hope that they're into marketing courses or are on their way to a career, and we can push them along a little bit as well. I'm happy with Laura Lee's comment about the middle one that we have, and as far as the green, I'd like to see the EG in green before I would agree to it. I think the blue does stand out with the sky, etc., but I'm happy with either one of them. I think they're fresh and clean, and they're who we are now. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions from members of council.
Madam Mayor, I do actually. I do have a question. or a comment rather. It's Councillor Roy DeClemente. I just wanted to point out to the team here that we've seen other municipalities twist themselves into knots and spend a lot of money on a new logo, and I have chills with delight knowing that we've done such a bang up job with the resources and the team that we have internally. And so I wanted to commend Laura and Danielle and whoever else was with them on a job well done. Like Councillor Carruthers said, I'd be happy to put any one of these on our town sign and represent it well. I also agree that I think the letters should be integrated into the logo rather than floating. So whatever it's doing needs to touch. And I'm looking forward to hearing what the community has to say. I think we'll get some positive feedback. And as Councillor Persichini said, I think it's a great idea to recognize the two individuals who helped get us to this point, and because they may be in a career where this would do something for their portfolio. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm very pleased with the results.
Anyone else? I'm not seeing anyone else at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Very excited to see that come back to us. Item number 2.
Madam Mayor, I'm now speaking to the report 2020-13, the proposed award of the ECM.
Yes.
Thank you. So just very briefly, this is here for your approval. Our new and improved procurement policy does require that for proposals, which are evaluated based on a number of factors, including price, that where they're over $100,000, they do come back to council for approval. This one snuck over the 100 at 101, and so it's back before you for your consideration for approval. Although it's well within the approved council budget of 150, it is over the 100 threshold. I did want to point out one point with respect to a reference in the report to the ongoing operating costs, because we did have a question about this. It's referenced as $27,000 in licensing. The report didn't mention that we've got about $11,000 in cost savings as a result. And so we're going to be in at about $16,000 or so in annual operating costs, and that's right in line with the report that was first presented to council in 2019, in which this project was approved by council, and the operating costs were estimated at about 15. So we are pretty excited about this project, and just as a reminder, this is a provincially funded initiative as part of the overall modernization projects.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Morton, is there a question?
No, I've already discussed this with Mark, as I said, well, and some of the other stuff, and I'm prepared to move ahead with Madam Mayor, so I'm moving motion for it.
You would move it?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mark.
Nothing further to add at this point, Madam Mayor, under corporate services.
Thank you very much. We are at item H with Mr. Molinary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 3 reports for you today. The first one being an assumption report for the Wycliffe Thornridge Sharon Village development. It's a 129 lot subdivision north of Mount Albert, west of Leslie. Maintenance period is expired. All works have been inspected. Do want to note that we are holding $35,000 on this particular project, just because there's been some deficiencies in some sidewalk and curbing. and likely that infrastructure will last for years. But when we do the next resurfacing contract, we will likely have some works to replace at that time. So that money is being held until it's required, and there's reports ready for assumption.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? Councillor Crothers?
I'm happy to move all three assumption reports, just in the interest of time. I'm happy to move all.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder at this point?
I'll second it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton. Are you moving all three as Councillor Crothers has indicated?
Yes, I agree with how she wants to move ahead with it. Fine.
Thank you. Okay. And any questions or discussion on the three of them?
I think Mr. Molinari might have something to add on 2 and 3 before we vote.
Thank you. Mr. Molinari, I'm not seeing any questions for number 1, so we will move to number 2.
Great. Again, with the second report, all works have been inspected. We're ready to move along. We are retaining $39,000 for some deficient sod and boulevard trees, and that will be corrected this fall.
Are there any questions on number 2? Seeing none, to go ahead with number 3, please.
Yep, and the third report, again, 120 lot subdivision. Works are all completed and inspected. We do have a minor typo on the report that we'd like to correct, and that is in the financial implications section. It reads Acorn Sharon Phase 1. It should read Menkes Phase 1, and the 65M number should be 65M 4548 and not 4549. And we'll have that corrected and on the report that's listed on our website.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Seeing none, I have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? And that's carried. Is there anything else, Mr. Molinari, at this time?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yep, nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're at item number I, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture, with Mr. Karmazin. Are you there? Mr. Karmazin?
Yes,
There.
Madam Mayor.
Very good. Okay, we're already on I-1.
Yes, this is a report for an award of furniture and equipment required to occupy the Municipal Operations Center to support staff. This is a single source award to match an existing modern systems furniture standard that we have built an inventory of over time. As the town's grown over the past 5 years with smaller projects to update our furniture standards, we have built an inventory of the Inscape systems furniture standard. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Other questions from members of council? This is a local company as well, isn't it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I beg your pardon?
This is a local company?
Correct, Madam Mayor. They're based out of Holland Landing off Toll Road.
Good news as well. Okay. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Persuccini and Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We're at item J, and that's Emergency and Community Safety Services. Chief McKenzie.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, just before we go on to the next item, I'd like to propose a motion that I've been doing a lot of bicycling lately on the trails, and for many months now. and I seen the people were speeding on the trails on Newmarket and also East Gwillimbury. No helmet, no bell. Maybe by 2021 we should have a bylaw that they have to have for safety of the people. No speeding on the trails. Helmet and a bell, because I got almost run over twice. Very close to somebody's going to sue us. Somebody hit somebody and hurts himself. I think it's something to consider, and to look into it. Maybe have someone look into it and to see if we can do a motion for next year on the 2021 to have it ready, because it's Tom, you do a lot of bicycle. You've seen a lot of crazy people out there, and no helmet, no bell. They're racing, and it scares the hell out of you. Anyway, I thought I'd put that in before we go into the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just a little too quick. I should have asked if there was any other items from members of council. I'm wondering if what we could do is make a motion that staff look into it and get back to us at our next meeting. I too do use the trails a lot, and those that have bicycles and no bells are dangerous on our trails as well. So I'm just wondering if staff can have a look at that and perhaps come back with some choices or opportunities that they might have a suggestion about.
Madam Mayor? One alternative would be to council provide direction to look into multi-use trail safety, and we could start working and then bring that back. I think the points are well made. It is multi-use. I've been on some trails. Actually, the trails in Fredericton do have speed limits on them, and are monitored by police. So there's those aspects as well. But again, it's something we'd look at best practices and maybe could bring back later in the 2020 calendar year.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay, Councillor Persicini, you would make that motion?
Yes.
And could I have a seconder for the motion? I'm not seeing one.
I'll move it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just that we look into it and have staff come back with some options or discussion regarding the situation that Councillor Persicini has just spoken about. Councillor Roy DiClemente, do you have a comment?
No, I was putting my hand up so I could second Councillor Persicini's motion.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I also suggest that we also work with the Trails Committee? I think that would be well advised, as they likely offer, and there'll be other stakeholders as well as YRP and others that are outreach to as part of our approach.
Yes, Conservation Authority perhaps as well. I imagine there'll be a number of them. Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item J, Emergency and Community Safety Services. Chief Mackenzie, you have no reports at this time. Do you have any updates for us?
At this time, Your Honor, nothing to add.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Chief from members of council? Seeing none, we will move along to item K, which is Legal and Counsel Support Services. Mr. Horner?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We're at 2 o'clock, so we have the option now, if we want, we could move to the development services component of the agenda. We do have some consultants that are that have joined us on the secondary plan and on the Kelson proposal, and then we could move back to legal and counsel support services following development services if council so agrees.
I think that's a good idea. Everybody else in agreement with that? I'm seeing heads nodding. Okay, very good. So we'll leave K to wait for us, and we'll move into L with development services. Mr. Ramuno.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first report is the adoption of our town-initiated secondary plan for the 4-4 corridor secondary plan. Just before I pass it on to our consultants who have a presentation, I just want to take a moment. So, I mean, this is very exciting for us because, as you recall, Council gave us direction to undertake this secondary plan a year ago, back in July. So it's been a year, and so we delivered it on time. So, you know, we're very excited about that. Our consultants, I just wanted to, you know, thank our consultants first and foremost. They've got a great team together, and you'll hear from Ms. Lorelei Jones, who's the author of the secondary plan, the principal consultant, and her sub-consulting team. They were able to, you know, undertake this and deliver it on time. We've been working hard with a number of stakeholders. I mean, all the landowners, the region, Conservation Authority, our internal departments, all the landowners, and a big thanks goes out to Adam Robb, our senior policy planner, who was a project manager on this project. He worked closely with our consultants. He was able to, you know, navigate through the process to ensure that he addressed all the comments that came in from our various landowners, ensured that we you know, met all our regulatory functions with respect to the various number of public meetings and open houses that we held. So just you know, a big thank you to Adam and all and the entire team. I think what we have here, and you'll hear, is a you know, a plan that is going to be a key component of our long-term economic development strategy. It'll be a key driver, economic driver for, you know, non-residential development. You know, it's in a critical location, strategic location. But, you know, we can talk more about that later on. At this point, though, we can pass it over to our consultant. She does have a presentation that will deal with the process that we followed, some of the changes that we made since the last time Council saw the draft back in, I guess, back in June, in response to some of the comments that were received, additional field work. And then after the presentation, Madam Mayor, you know, I'm sure there may be questions. Lorelei and myself can handle those. And then obviously Council will, you know, request will turn your minds to the report, where we're seeking Council's endorsement of the secondary plan and the associated urban design guidelines. So, Madam Mayor, thank you. And if you agree, we can turn it over to Lorelei Jones.
Thank you. I'll proceed with the presentation then. If we could move to the next slide, please. So we were before Council in June of this year for the statutory public meeting. So the intent of this presentation is really to just update Council on the changes that have occurred since we presented. And since it was just over a month ago, I'm going to assume that there is some vague recollection of some of the things that we talked about then. So on the screen in front of you right now is the study area for the secondary plan. So we have Green Lane on the south, Woodbine Avenue on the east, Mount Albert on the north, 404 sort of running through the middle of the and western boundary of the secondary plan area, and then Leslie Street on the western boundary. Next slide, please. So as Marco indicated, this has been a one-year project. We were authorized last July, and we are now in phase 3, seeking Council approval of the secondary plan that's been prepared. As Marco also indicated, we've had really great support from town staff and a really great technical advisory committee who've been providing lots of really helpful technical information, as well as good support from the landowners within the study area. Next slide, please. As Marco also indicated, there's been a good round of public engagement throughout the process. We've held open houses, virtual open house because of the pandemic. We've had meetings with the landowners group. We've had various technical advisory committee meetings. We had the statutory public meeting, and we've provided a variety of methods of notifying the public so that everyone was well aware of what was going on. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed land use plan that is before you today in terms of the secondary plan schedule. And I'm just going to run through then with a series of slides, highlights for you to show where there have been changes since the statutory public meeting in June. Next slide, please. So the first thing that we have done is with respect to the east-west collector road. You can see the previous location on the left side of the screen and then the new location on the right side of the screen. So we modified this for a few reasons. The first being that we are, as I think we mentioned in previous meetings, trying to ensure that we have large parcels available for the employment uses because some end users do require very large parcels. So by moving the road, we are now following along a property boundary a little more closely, which means that that's easier then for the landowners to not have their parcels chopped up. The other thing that happens when we move the road in this location is that we also provide a better opportunity for connectivity within the natural heritage system, and I'll get into that a little bit more later. But the other positive thing about this is that we have straightened out the collector road a little bit, which the transportation engineers typically appreciate, not having too many curves in a collector road. So overall, we think that this realignment provides some positive benefits from a number of different perspectives. Next slide, please. So overall, the road connectivity is maintained with respect to this area, and we think that that, as I indicated, will enhance competitiveness in the marketplace by ensuring that we have lots of large parcel sizes available within the secondary plan area, and it's improving connectivity within the NHS. Next slide, please. So one of the other things that we did was to change the symbol illustrating where we propose a 404 flyover location. The concern that was expressed from some of the landowners was that it looked like it was a fairly fixed location, and we have to recognize the fact that there will be an additional environmental assessment that will be required in order to determine the exact location of this flyover. So the new symbol basically illustrates that the location could vary slightly either to the north or to the south, and this is a symbol that's been used in other secondary plans within York region where there is a flyover over Highway 404. Next slide, please. It's something that the region has approved previously, so we feel comfortable that it's an appropriate way to be illustrating the location of the flyover. Next slide, please. One of the other things that's happened is that we have increased the amount of general employment designation within the secondary plan area. And you can see the three parcels or locations on this map that illustrate those changes. The reason for doing this is that the general employment designation does provide a little bit more flexibility with respect to uses in the employment area. And so that does allow for a greater opportunity of new development investment within the secondary plan area. Next slide, please. So we think that that flexibility is important to the town in meeting the demands of the market and ensuring that the town is able to proceed with the significant investment from end users and developers of these employment lands. Next slide, please. There have also been revisions to the natural heritage system as part of these changes. The first one you can see on the screen is that we had previously had a linkage that went from sort of the central area of the secondary plan area east of Highway 404 down to the woodlot that's located adjacent to the 404. When we did the additional field work this spring, it was determined that some of the features were not as significant as originally anticipated by the field work that had been done in the fall. And as a result, that particular location for the linkage wasn't deemed to be necessary anymore. We've therefore moved it so that it's now south of the collector road. It still does provide for that very important east-west linkage between natural heritage areas, and so we think that we are maintaining good connectivity within the secondary plan area, which we recognize is very important for a healthy and robust natural heritage system. We also have to recognize that within this secondary plan area that there are not a substantive amount of natural heritage features to begin with. And so some of the initial indications that we had last fall didn't provide for the significance that we had originally anticipated. And just on that note, so because this project started last July, we obviously missed the spring field work season last year, which is usually the most critical one. But from a timing perspective, we felt that we could come up with a preliminary natural heritage system based on the fall field work, summer and fall field work that was done, recognizing that there were going to be some modifications after the spring field work was done. But while there have been some modifications, overall the general natural heritage system has remained in place. We've had comments back from the Conservation Authority. They are supportive of the natural heritage system that's being proposed. And so we feel that the changes are good for the system itself. So next slide, please. This slide shows where we have added additional pieces to the natural heritage system. These again are based on this spring field work that was undertaken in terms of some of these are just sort of small little fill-ins to enhance the natural heritage area, and some of them have more substantive features that were identified. One of the areas, for example, has a significant number of butternut trees, which are endangered species. Next slide, please. So then this is now the natural heritage system map that is proposed as part of the secondary plan area. So you can see the green are the core areas and the yellow are the supporting areas, and provide for that sort of east-west connectivity that I was speaking about. Next slide, please. So as a result of the changes, there has been a slight reduction in the amount of the natural heritage system total area that's been completed, but we also have to recognize that the policies within the secondary plan indicate that the boundaries, including the associated vegetation protection zones and buffers, can be refined through an approved natural heritage evaluation that will be performed at the development approval stage without the need to amend the secondary plan. So there still will be a little bit of tweaking of the system as we move forward. Next slide, please. So one of the other issues that was raised was with respect to ancillary uses being permitted within the secondary plan area. The policies that we had originally put forward reflected how these uses are controlled in the East Gwillimbury official plan policies currently. The regional official plan is a different way of specifying the amount of ancillary retail uses that are permitted in an employment area. And so at the region's request, the secondary plan policies have been modified to reflect the regional approach. The region was also expressing concern about making sure that the ancillary uses did not exceed 15% of the employment area. So we have two land use designations, mixed business employment and prestige employment, that do allow ancillary uses as a permitted use. They are outright permitted within the mixed business employment designation. They are permitted in prestige employment through a site-specific rezoning. So that gives the town the ability to take a look at if those ancillary uses are appropriate and the amount of ancillary uses that they have overall within the total employment area to make sure that it doesn't exceed the 15%. Next slide, please. So one of the uses that is permitted by site-specific rezoning in the prestige employment and mixed business employment, but only west of Highway 404, is a major healthcare facility. There are some policies that also say that if this use were to come forward for a rezoning application, that in addition to the standard planning report, there would also need to be a noise study and transportation study to make sure that there was the issue of noise attenuation addressed, and obviously that there's adequate good access to something of this nature. The intent of putting it west of Highway 404 is that it does have some sensitivities with respect to noise, and so the general employment uses, which can have some heavier uses, are only located east of the 404. So by permitting this west of the 404, it does provide for that separation distance, and this is something that has come out of the provincial policy statement. It was in the latest round of changes that came out saying that these kinds of institutional uses should be restricted in employment areas. So this is our way of ensuring that there is that restriction and that there is that appropriate consideration and separation distance between heavier employment uses. Recognizing that a major healthcare facility would provide high quality employment options and a substantial number of jobs if it were to locate in this area. Next slide, please. So one of the comments that we got back since the public meeting was that hotels may not be appropriate within a general employment designation. So they have been removed from that designation and they'll now only be permitted in prestige and mixed employment. And again, the issue was things like noise and traffic that would may have some conflicts with something like a hotel use. And the locations that we have, the mixed business and employment, mixed business and prestige employment land uses are located on the major roads where it would be more appropriate to be having hotels located in any event. Another comment that we got following the meeting was with respect to commercial schools, which are going to be a permitted use within the mixed business employment designation, to clarify that when we say commercial schools, that we're talking about things like trade schools and that we are not intending to permit private elementary or secondary schools within the employment area. Next slide, please. So as a result of the changes to the land use schedule, there's been a slight adjustment to the estimated total employment within the secondary plan. It's gone up slightly to just over 4,800 square jobs now, and it's still based on a target of 45 jobs per hectare. Next slide, please. So overall, the feedback that we received on the secondary plan has been supportive. We did have feedback on the draft secondary plan. There is an appendix in the staff report that lists what comments we got and our response to them. But overall, we're pleased with how supportive the landowners have been with respect to this. There have been some additions to the policies that I haven't highlighted here, but I don't want to take up your entire afternoon walking through you line by line. Some of the things that have been added, for example, is that we do have a policy now that indicates that we'd like to see high-speed internet added within the secondary plan area. We have talked about the importance of phasing of this secondary plan area to make sure that the costs are controlled in terms of the infrastructure that's required. And as I indicated during the statutory public meeting, there has been a fiscal impact analysis done. It does show a positive benefit coming to the town as a result of the development within the secondary plan area, recognizing that there are, significant costs that will be required for infrastructure as the area develops, but that the majority of those costs will be borne by either the developers or through development charges, so that the development will help to pay for itself and provide a definite net benefit to the town. And overall, then, we think that the policies are going to effectively and sustainably manage growth of this area. Next slide, please. So one of the other things that's part of the package before you today are the urban design guidelines, which we're asking council to endorse. We think that it's a very thorough and important document. We have urban design policies within the secondary plan, but the guidelines go into substantially more detail. They provide for a lot of pictures and diagrams so that it's very clear what the town is seeking in terms of a high quality employment area. They have established 6 objectives. Those are high quality urban design, making sure that there are attractive streetscapes and efficient connections within the area, ensuring that there is an enhanced open space network, providing for sustainable design, which is consistent with a number of the town's current policies and practices, enhancing the existing town character. And then the last one, next slide, please, is that the urban design guidelines have established precincts and gateways for the secondary plan itself, and then provided specific policies for each of those precincts that are very specific to them and take into consideration the surrounding land uses, the transportation connections, the open space areas, and those kinds of things. And the other thing that this diagram before you does is also to identify gateways. So at the intersection of Green Lane and Highway 404, we have a town gateway. The yellow circles indicate major gateways, and then the small white circles indicate more minor gateways. But again, there are policies that reflect the features and designs that we're looking for in these particular locations that will enhance the quality of this secondary plan area. Next slide, please. So the intent of the the urban design guidelines is to ensure that there is good urban design in both the public and the private realm. And so it covers an extensive list of the kinds of things that are going to be required in order to ensure that this is a high quality area. So it speaks to signage and gateways and street edge design, the building massing and transitions, site organization, parking and vehicles and bicycle, public art, street furniture, lighting, trails, and landscaping. So we think that it's a really strong document. The region feels it is as well, and very much supportive of the urban design guidelines that have been proposed. So we are happy to answer any questions. Next slide, please. That's a brief summary of the changes that have been made and the information that's before you today. Once the secondary plan is adopted by council, then it will be sent off to York Region for their further review and approval. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Very much appreciate this. Are there questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Roy DiClemente, for other members of council, if you push your both your camera and your audio and visual to renew it. I'm not seeing a lot of people at this point. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Ms. Jones for a fulsome update. I was pleased to hear her comment on the fiber connectivity, because that was something that I had advocated for, so I appreciate that. I wonder, Ms. Jones, if you could speak a little bit further about what was happening with the natural heritage areas. It seems to me like it may, although we made some adjustments based on the field work, that we may have a net loss in area for natural heritage. And so I'm a little bit concerned that, you know, the original plan had, I kind of thought of it as a little snake, the Tetris portion out through the middle, and now it's kind of just stuck to the bottom along a road allowance. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit further to that, please.
Certainly. As I indicated, we certainly were very cognizant of trying to ensure that we had an east-west connection within the secondary plan area. And I think that although there may be sort of slightly less in terms of the area of the connection now that goes from east to west, what it has done is, in a sense, strengthen the connection, because the area that's right in the southeast corner at Green Lane and Woodbine, we have now increased the area of the natural heritage system in that area based on the fieldwork studies. And as a result of moving the road, we now have a connection that goes sort of from almost the collector road at Green Lane, sort of around the corner and up, and then back, then across the east-west connector over to the woodlot adjacent to the 404. So it provides for a very long area in terms of that connectivity. And so while I appreciate that we don't have that snake, as you put it, through the middle anymore, I think that we still do have a very large area of connectivity, sort of north-south and east-west through that area. So as I indicated, our environmental consultant is feeling very comfortable with that. We'd had positive feedback from the Conservation Authority in terms of the field work that was done. So we think that there has been a minor change or a minor decrease in the total amount of land, but we think in some ways that it's ensuring that we have really enhanced that connectivity in other ways.
Thank you. So I guess it might be say that it's quality over quantity when it comes to the natural heritage area. And I guess my other question would be through site plan, if someone is coming in and over time, so we know that this plan is not a short-term plan. This is a long-term vision for this area. And should those natural heritage areas start to become greater, or the butternut trees start to spread, that might come through as part of the site plan process as well. Is that also the case?
Yes, absolutely. That each application will come in with its own site-specific natural heritage evaluation, and at the time it will be done on the basis of, again, even more detailed field work than has already been undertaken. And if there are individual species that are there that need to be protected or enhanced, then absolutely that will be addressed.
I did have some other questions, but I know my colleagues have questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. Tagging on to what Councillor Roy Clemente said, the natural heritage, I think, is very important, and I'm glad to see that along the roadways. We have a lot of green, so as you're driving up Woodbine, looking to the left, you're going to be seeing a lot of green. I'm just wondering about the connectivity from the one side of the 404 to the other. We have the flyover there, but the green, stops on the one side. I'm just wondering, this might be more of a question to staff, just outside of this plan, is that green space right there? Do you know can you see the corner I'm talking about? It's hard when you can't point to something, but it's right as you're going from east to west across the flyover. You're right at the corner of the plan there. I just want to make sure that that is going to be green space, so that there is that connectivity with green. I'm wondering if staff can weigh in on that. So right immediately above the blue, right at the edge of the plan, yeah, right up in there. Is that green outside of the plan there? I just want to make sure that the greening area connects to something.
Madam Mayor, if I may jump in and respond. It does. I mean, we were given boundaries for this particular secondary plan, and it is, an urban boundary. So there is no ability at this point in time to be including additional lands into the secondary plan area. But yes, the reason that we have that green connection that stops at the northern boundary of the secondary plan is because the lands to the north of it, immediately west of Highway 404, are expected to be part of the natural heritage system when that area is included in the urban boundary, and then additional land use designations will apply to the area because there are some wetland areas there.
Wonderful, thank you. I know we're talking about just this specific area, but I just want to make sure the connectivity is there. So that I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I am very excited about this project. I think the promise of bringing 5,000 jobs to our community is amazing. That could potentially be 5,000 cars that we're taking off of the 400 and the 404. So I think that's welcome news. I certainly welcome the commercial tax base improvement. Take some of the stress off the residential tax base. I think that's important. I am very curious though to hear what the feedback was. And I know we've had positive feedback from the Conservation Authority from the region, but I'm very curious about the feedback we've received from residents, because if you look to the west of the 404, we have some very high valued homes there. And to the other side of Woodbine, on the opposite side of where this is, there's a few residents there. I'm just wondering if we've had any negative concerns from them, any serious concerns that we've had to address or mitigate. Happy to hear back any anecdotes you have.
Certainly. Through you, Madam Mayor, just to Councillor Crone's point, as you're aware, we carried out a pretty extensive public consultation process. We didn't have any sort of negative comments from any of the surrounding landowners or property owners. However, the property owners, landowners within the secondary plan were very involved, attended all our meetings, and they were generally supportive of the process. They continually provided input. We addressed concerns, but external to that, there were very little comments that had come in, and no objections to date.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of comments more than anything. Being a first-term councillor, I guess you could call this kind of my first kick at the can, if you will, for this type of a plan development. This is very, very well laid out in my mind, even though it looks to be a very, very ambitious plan to me. But again, going forward, I think it'll work for us. I was very happy to see from a Trails Advisory Committee point of view, I was glad to see that the trails work in with the natural heritage areas throughout. It's mentioned a few times through the plan. One thing that did pop up to me a couple of times, and I'm not sure whether there's an answer yet or whether I'm just too early, but I look at the Sharon burying ground there that falls in the middle of this, and I have to be concerned how that's going to be built into this plan. I mean, I noticed there were no visuals in this presentation, but I would hate to have that type of a area with a 3 or 4 story building directly beside it or across the road. I just wondered if somebody could speak to, how that might fit in the area right there. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, I can jump in, and Lorelei can add if I've missed something. So, if you notice on the land use plan, we have identified the burial ground, so it has a specific institutional designation, and around, you're correct, surrounding the burial ground to the east and south, we have the new designation being the mixed business employment. So, whenever development applications do come in, council will have a say. We'll be able to review those individual development applications. Rezoning applications would be required, and as important, the urban design guidelines would have to be followed. So yeah, we'll certainly make note of that and pay attention to when that application does come forward at a future date to ensure that there is it's whatever development occurs, it is sensitive to the existing use that's there with respect to height of building, screening, placement of buildings, parking, etc. So that'll be something that we'll deal with when the individual development application comes in, and council will certainly be involved in that process. As Lorelei's mentioned, individual development applications, rezoning applications, and we'll ensure that those urban design guidelines to ensure we get the highest quality development and screening and landscaping components are addressed at that stage.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramuno, when you were talking about the heritage portion of it, I'm wondering is that boundary flexible, boundary line flexible, since this burying ground goes back to the 1800s. I know that they have tried to establish the exact location of the burying ground, but I know in other cases, the one in Scarborough for sure, they made the boundary flexible just to be sure until they actually did deal with the burying ground itself.
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's a good point. I mean, the land use designations are based on the property fabric, but you raise a good point. I mean, one of the first studies that'll have to be undertaken with any development application in this area would be an archaeological study, especially in this area surrounding the burial ground. So that will, if there are any issues with respect to any spillage, that will be raised at that stage, and remediation will have to occur.
Hopefully there's enough flexibility within this project that there may be some green space at that particular location, whether it be a small parkette or whatever. Thank you. I don't have any other questions from council. Councillor Ronnie Clemente, go ahead.
Thank you. I had been waiting to see if anyone else had my question. So the other question I wanted to discuss was a little bit more having to do with the switch from prestige to general employment. For me, that's a lot of area to make that differentiation. And for me, that section of employment lands is highly visible given its proximity to the 404. And so while I recognize that we can control some of it through urban design guidelines and so on, it's really hard to put lipstick on a 1 million square foot distribution center. So I wanted to have a little bit more of a fulsome conversation about that switch between prestige to general, especially given that what it did is it limited our ability to attract a huge healthcare center to just one area of the study area. So if we left it as prestige, we would leave our options open for wherever a healthcare center may wish to locate. But if we switch it to general, then we're limiting our options as far as the healthcare center. So I'm just wanting to have a bit more conversation about that, please, and thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll start first, and Lorelei can jump in anytime. I guess on your last point with respect to the location of the major health center, the reason, as Lorelei mentioned, the reason that we can't include that within along the east side of the highway is because that's where we have the majority of the general employment designation, and the provincial policies, which are relatively new over the past few years, would prohibit that because the major health center would be a more of a sensitive use. And so that's why it's strictly permitted within the mixed employment area and the prestige on the west side, because there wouldn't be any issues with respect to the general employment and some of the uses that may be a little more generate a bit more noise. With respect to the change on the east side with respect to the additional general commercial designation and limiting the prestige, one of the reasons was really when that east-west and north road alignment was set along some of the property lines, we wanted to provide that flexibility to, for a range of employment opportunities and the diversified, employment base, to have those larger parcels. Having said that, the use is permitted in the general, within the prestige, are also permitted for the most part within the general employment. So, for instance, I'll just throw something out there. If someone comes forward with, predominantly office uses, or that type of use, it could be permitted within the within that section of general employment. The other point is the urban design guidelines and site plan control. Council does have those strong tools to ensure when a development application comes in, we can ensure we have, not only high quality architectural treatment of a building being, whether it's back facing the 404 or facing Leslie or Woodbine, but we can also ensure that we have proper screening and landscaping, because in some of these uses we may see some outside storage as well. But that's the reason for the urban design guidelines, to provide that direction up front for our development interests. And the one last point is I've been working closely with our economic development manager, Margot, and we are getting some interest in this area. So we wanted to provide that flexibility with respect to some of the larger users that required a larger floor plate to provide that flexibility. If things change, those areas could get a little smaller, but there is some interest. I mean, council's aware of the auto campus down at Green Lane, but we're also hearing from other users who are interested in some of the prestige and general employment areas of this corridor. So we just thought we wanted to provide that flexibility built into the secondary plan at this stage.
And Madam Mayor, if I'm allowed to just add one further point, is that we have put policies into the secondary plan in the urban design section, specifically with respect to uses adjacent to Highway 404. They're not just in the urban design guidelines, because we recognize that interface adjacent to the 404 is so important that we've actually put them into policy as well as guidelines, so that council does have quite a bit of control then in terms of how that interface looks from the 404.
I'm glad that's included. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. That's very reassuring, because I know we've seen through history the issues with municipalities that have heavy industrial uses along the 400 series highways, and it doesn't look well for the municipality. We want this to be as attractive as possible. Thank you.
Are there other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. At this point, we have L1, which is the presentation, to receive the presentation. I'm wondering if I could have a mover and a second for that, please. Councillor Crone, Councillor Foster. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item 2, we've somewhat covered at the same time, as far as the adoption of the town-initiated official plan amendment OPA 1-2020 Highway 404 Employment Corridor Secondary Plan, Official Plan, Secondary Plan Study Area B4. Are there any questions on item number 2? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DeClemente, Councillor Crothers.
May I have a recorded vote, please, Madam Mayor?
You certainly may. It will be our clerk that would handle that. Mr. Lamanna, are you there?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just 1 second here. I had the recorded sheet pulled up and then disappeared on me.
While you're doing that, perhaps I should finish reading the part of the second page as well. The council directs staff to continue to work with regional staff regarding the timing and delivery of growth-related infrastructure to service the secondary plan, and that the adopting bylaw for OPA 1-2020 be enacted.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Roy DeClemente requested a recorded vote on the motion before you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Crothers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Crone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Foster, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor.
We lost the clerk. Awesome. Yeah, perhaps we should restart it.
Yeah, I'll bring it up to the screen.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh,
Mr. Lamanna, go ahead.
Mayor Hackson, how do you vote? Can you hear me now?
I can. Yes.
Okay. I finished off with Councillor Foster. I heard his vote. Mayor Hackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Morton, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Councillor Persigini, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion is carried, Madam Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your presentation. It's very exciting, and as you can tell by the comments from our council, we're looking very forward to this becoming real in East Gwillimbury. So thank you very much for being a partner with us in this exciting time. And with that, we will move to item 3. And Mr. Ramuno, would you like to speak on this item, please?
Certainly, thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 3, I have as the report 2020-16 is site plan application for the Kelson proposal at northeast corner of Woodbine and Davis Drive. So the report is seeking council's approval of the site plan. But before we get into the report, I believe Dan Stone, the planner for the applicant, has a presentation that he wants to take you through the details of the future development. And this is more exciting news. It is a big development. You'll hear from Dan. It will be phased, but upon build out, we're adding. We're looking at 200,000 square feet of combination of commercial employment and office space. So great news, and they've been at this for ever since I've been here, about 1.5 years. So this is great to see this. So, Madam Mayor, we can turn it over to Dan if he's on the line.
Thank you. I think he's been with us for a little while. Welcome, Dan. Good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Madam Mayor, members of council. Can you hear and see me? I'm seeing nods. Okay.
I believe we can. We won't see you. We have your slide up in front of us.
Okay.
There you are. I can see you also.
Great. Well, I just wanted to make sure I could be heard. Marco, thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I just thought that I know you've had a very busy day, and you still have a ways to go. So I'm going to be brief. It's a short presentation, but as Mr. Ramuno has pointed out, this process has been a long time coming, and we're at a good point right now with this report that is going forward after my presentation, and we've reviewed the report and fully support the recommendations. I just thought it would be critical to go through a couple of key points of history on this file. So Tara, if we could advance to the next slide, please. So this aerial photography gives you the context of the property. It's approximately 15 acres of vacant land, which within the what's known as the Vales industrial area. According to our friends at the region, there's approximately 1,800 jobs in this employment area. I think that would make it the largest cluster of jobs within the municipality. And the lands that have been developed, as you can see, are somewhat devoid of any features. And this is the context of the property. You can see all of the associated industrial development in the area. Next slide, please. Just in terms of history, the property was purchased in 2015. We did the first pre-consultation with the municipality at the town offices in June in 2017. And another thing I'd like to point out is the next step was the owners went through the savings by design process with East Gwillimbury staff and the Conservation Authority. This is basically a sustainable design charrette, a voluntary program run through Enbridge, and at this design charrette, we had municipal staff in planning and in building, as well as the Conservation Authority staff in attendance with the development team on our side, and we basically took a look at how we could come up with a sustainable design. We know that East Gwillimbury is very keen on sustainable development. We know the Conservation Authority is keen on LIDs and low impact development. So that was the purpose of that charrette, and it helped us move forward with our application, which was filed in 2018 and deemed complete in August 2018. So we're 2 years into the process, slightly longer, and this current submission in front of you is our third submission. So we're glad to be at the end. I can also point out, as part of the history and chronology, we did get an LPAT decision on the zoning for the property by way of a settlement back in April of 2019. So that's just a bit of on the project history. Tara, if I could have the next slide. Yes, the phasing, what you're looking at here outlined in red is the phasing. So the first phase of development, and this is also outlined very succinctly in the staff report. But at the bottom south end of the property, you can see two commercial buildings that are being proposed as part of phase one. At the top end, up near Garfield Right, is the two-story industrial condominium building, which is also proposed as part of phase one. Phase one will also include all of the site servicing, grading, and work that has to be done to prepare the land for development, including the stormwater pond, which you see hatched on the east side of the property. And you'll see the statistics there on the square footages, which are inside the staff report. So next slide, please. Phase two is the development of the central portion of the property, and we're looking at a number of other commercial retail buildings. I'd like to point out the graphic on the slide there, which I think is attached to your staff report as well. This is a rendering of the focal point area, which is at the central portion of the property, an opportunity for a restaurant use with patios, and we've also spent a bit of time developing a focal point feature, a water feature at that particular location as well, that would become a central focal point for the development. And next slide, please, Tara. And third phase of the development is the three-story office building at the corner of Woodbine and Garfield Right. And you'll see on the slide here, there's a rendering of the architectural design and urban design of the building from the vantage point of the intersection. And yeah, it's in the range of 80,000 square feet over 3 stories. Next slide. Yes, and this is basically an overview, a color render or color site plan of the overall site plan. You can see the different types of uses. The red or pink representing restaurant uses, the beige color representing commercial and service commercial uses designed to support the surrounding industrial area, the 3-story office building, and the industrial building beside the Metrolinx facility. Just putting it in the overall context of the site. Next slide, please. So yes, in terms of the urban design considerations, I've touched upon the Thinking Green development standards, that the town of East Gwillimbury has been a leader in this particular area. We've done our best to address the minimum requirements of the standards and gone beyond in a certain couple of locations. We also have been mindful of the urban design guidelines that were recently approved by Council as it relates to drive-throughs, and we believe the one drive-through facility that is being proposed on this site plan does conform with the intent and purpose and the criteria in your guidelines. I should point out that the Bales area is not serviced by municipal sanitary sewers, so we have to deal with sewage as a private exercise. And what's proposed is a sewage treatment plant, an SBR type of technology. The Ministry has just given us approval in principle or conditional approval for that system a couple of months ago, and that's how we're going to be dealing with the sanitary. The property is connected to municipal water, of course. And I have mentioned low-impact development features to deal with stormwater management. So those are some of the urban design considerations I'd like to highlight for Council as part of the site plan. Next slide, please, Kara. And this is the overall site development rendering, a bit of an aerial shot of the property. The gas station to the left side is taken out of this picture, and you can see the head office for Kelson Mechanical ghosted in at the bottom of the property, and Woodbine going north. But this is a bit of an aerial rendering of the total development. Next slide, please. I just wanted to point out for Council's knowledge the development charges, and you can see the numbers are quite quite astounding in terms of the cost of bringing this project to fruition. And I've developed this in consultation with staff at the town and the region to make sure that the numbers are correct. And I've broken it down by phase, and you can see the overall cost in terms of bringing the project to fruition, as I mentioned. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention. Next slide, please. We also have some additional costs that are coming as part of the project. The Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority has offsetting costs for both infiltration and phosphorus. This is to address objectives that can't be met because of the simple fact that this particular site does have very heavy soils that do not make themselves readily available for infiltration. And we also have a very high groundwater table, which makes things difficult as well. So as a result of that, there is a payment that is made and calculated to go to the Conservation Authority. And these funds, as council is aware, goes towards retrofitting storm facilities throughout the watershed. A nearby example would be the one behind Princess Auto, which I think is part of a current project. The project will also be subject to a 2% cash in lieu of parkland fee, which will also be included in the site plan development agreement. I've got the building permit fees added in the slide, as well as the cost of the private sewage treatment facility. Next slide. In terms of the economic development benefits for the municipality, we've worked with the region's economic development department to anticipate, based on the various different types of employment uses, that the site plan does generate in the area of 550 new jobs. You can see the EG development charge revenue here, and I think Victoria has included the estimated tax revenue in her report, which you'll be dealing with in a few moments. So next slide, please. Yeah, so I think that concludes my presentation, Madam Mayor, members of council. The requests here are primarily being addressed with the consideration of the staff report. We are happy to see that staff is recommending that we move forward with site preparation and site servicing while we work towards finalizing the site plan development agreement, and we would look for support to negotiate some incentive programs and review incentive programs that make sense to the town and or the region as part of the site plan development agreement process. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions, but
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Very exciting. I see some hands up already, so I'll start with Councillor Crothers. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned sewage treatment and innovative, and I just want to make sure that we're well aware of what's happening with sewage treatment. We have issues in Ward 1 around innovative sewage treatment that drags on decades later, not so innovative. So I'm just hoping that you can provide us with some details on what the sewage treatment would look like.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I could go back, Tara, to the slide number 9, or perhaps even the overall site plan, which is slide 7. And thank you for the question, Councillor Crothers. The yellow block that you see at the bottom end of the green stormwater management facility, this is the area of the sewage treatment plant. It's basically a technology known as the sequencing batch reactor, SBR. It has been the same kind of technology that's been used in a project down in Stouffville with the Club Link residential community. It's basically tertiary treatment. I'm not an engineer, Madam Mayor and Council, so I apologize if I don't know the technical terms, but it's tertiary treatment that takes the level of treatment to a point where it's safe to discharge into the stormwater management facility, which has been designed obviously to handle the quality the quantity for the sewage being generated by the development. That's as much as I can tell you, but it will be confined to this particular block, and it will have a series of chambers below ground where things take place in terms of the treatment facility. pumping stations and service buildings on top. And I think the rendering that had the 3D look shows a small building that is located within that block, and that would be the service building for the plant itself.
Thank you, and I appreciate your honesty, and you're not an engineer. I would want more information on the sewage treatment plant discharging into a pond. I'm sure that the technology is greatly improved versus what we're experiencing out here, but it's a big concern to approve sewage being discharged into an open pond, knowing that in the springtime when it thaws, there's potential for odor. I would want to get a little bit more information on this before saying yes, just based on the experiences we've had here.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
There has been an extensive, lengthy process of approval on this one, and I think Mike Molinari might be best to speak to it. We're very much on top of it, and so Mike, can you please let council know the rigor that this went through?
Certainly, Tom. Yeah, there's been extensive work on this particular project with MOE approvals, etc. So when they say it's sewage being discharged, it's really not sewage at that point. It's been processed, and the water that's coming out of this plant is fairly clean. So the odors and things that you would experience through a lagoon system are miles apart from what this development is proposing. So the MOE certainly wouldn't allow water that was not suitable to be discharged into the open environment, and this has been designed in such a way that the effluent coming out of this plant is suitable for discharge into that environment, as approved through the MOE.
Thank you. So what happens to it? So if it's clean water coming out, then obviously there's something that's taking out. Is that being shipped off somewhere, or what's happening to the bulk?
So it's a plant system, and I'm not I don't know the inner workings of how exactly it gets there, but I know that it has a fairly rigorous process involved within the building, and within the methodology that they've used on this particular process to remove the materials and clean that effluent such that it can be discharged back into the environment.
So my question is, when you say that they're removing it, where are they removing it to? So is there going to be like a pump out that's happening, or what's happening? Because there's certain items that will be there that can't just be bleached out or whatever. That toilet paper and someone's throwing down a wipe or whatever. What is happening to that? Are we looking at pump out trucks pulling in there and pumping out, or what's happening?
Yeah, I don't believe that you're going to have a lot of that. To be honest with you, I'm not an expert in the process that they are proposing. I know enough about it that I know that it's not dangerous to the environment, and I know that it's a self-contained unit that they're putting in, and the effluent coming out is satisfactory. So in terms of it's not going to have the same sort of impact on the community as the lagoons have. It's a very different type of technology, and it's one that's been around for many years. Similarly, one that is in place in Stouffville, and the company that has put this together is actually an Ontario company that has lots of experience in doing this. And working with the MOE in that regard.
Thank you. I appreciate that they have lots of credentials and it exists elsewhere. I would just like to get some more information on exactly how the process works and what's happening with what they're pulling out of that, because not everything can be treated on site. Some of it's going to have to be removed, and what does that look like, and how often does that happen? So I have some questions I would like more answers on, and I appreciate that there's not an expert here. But I would like that before I'm comfortable with this. Thank you.
Very good.
I do know, Laura Lee, that I had asked about the one that is operating in Stouffville with the mayor. It is something fairly new, and they are quite comfortable with it. There's a lot of change that's been made in 44 years from the lagoon days, and I think they've learned from that. And when they take a look at the time and effort that's gone into this plan, I can't imagine that they haven't dealt pretty thoroughly with this part of it as well. I know Mr. Romuno wants to speak to this as well as Dan Stone. So let's see if Jen can answer for us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I think Mike Molinari answered. I just wanted to clarify that they have to receive a environmental compliance approval from the MOE, and the reason it took us so long to bring the site plan in front of council was, it took the applicant quite a while to follow the MOE process. We had a number of meetings where the MOE staff actually came to the town office when the application first came in. So as Mike said, they had to follow a pretty rigorous process, and that's why we wanted to bring this forward sooner. But it took a while for the for the applicant to essentially follow the MOU process and receive their draft compliance approval. And there'll be a set of standards that they'll have to follow, if the thing needs to be pumped out under that approval granted by the MOE.
Thank you very much. Dan, did you want to make a comment as well?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, the only thing that I would offer is that we do have some presentation materials from the company. They're out of Burlington that builds these systems. And I think we can even possibly talk to them about making arrangements for a tour of an existing facility that they've constructed. But yes, we've worked for a very long time through an environmental consultant to get the MOE approvals, and we would happy here, obviously, to move forward with staff's recommendations today. But at the same time, furnish you with whatever information you would like to make you feel a little bit more comfortable about the technology and how it operates. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My concerns are the MOE approved lagoons years ago. Similar council sat around and agreed that this would be a good idea. And I just don't want decades from now someone saying, who the heck approved this? And without having more information, I'm going to abstain from voting on this. If the rest of council's comfortable going forward, that's great. But I'm not comfortable moving forward until I have a better understanding of how the sewage is actually treated. So I just want to be upfront about that. I agree with everything else in this proposal, but I'll be abstaining just because I don't have enough information on the sewage treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to the staff. I'm excited about this project. I will be glad to see it come to conclusion, so we can get some shovels in the ground and get going. And I fully appreciate the concerns raised by Councillor Carruthers. She's long been an advocate for proper sewage treatment in our town. The great thing, I'll say, the great thing about the free market is that if they don't get it right, they're going to have a hard time keeping tenants at their location. So it's in their best interest to get this right. But my question is for Mr. Stone. Given that we're in a COVID-19 world, and by every report that I'm reading, I certainly wouldn't want to be in the Toronto commercial real estate business right now. Certainly with office space, with more and more people it's being proven that more and more people can work from home and do so quite productively. Is your client concerned that there's an opportunity here to have office space at this location? I'm just curious if you had any insight to that. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. To answer your question very succinctly, I'm not aware of any concern that they might have. The client has a marketing firm working find users, and there has been some discussions, but I haven't heard any specific concern along those lines. But I do appreciate the dynamic that you're referring to, generally as a result of the current pandemic and the work from home dynamic. But no, I'm not aware of any concern.
You know, there in many ways, you know, a crisis is also an opportunity, and I think marketed the right way, when people are trying to get, organizations are trying to get out of large leases, office space leases that maybe downsizing a bit, maybe north of the city, that's a real opportunity for us to exploit. So I wish them well, and certainly like to see more jobs coming to this community. Thank you. That's all for me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. We have in front of us be it resolved that the presentation to council regarding the site plan application 685109 Ontario Ltd, George Kelson, 17611 Woodbine Avenue Northeast corner, Woodbine Avenue and Davis Drive, file SPA 1806, be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton, and seconded by Councillor Cohn. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Abstention.
Thank you. The second, we have item number 4 is a Development Services Planning Branch Report P 2020-16 Site Plan Application 685109 Ontario Ltd, George Kelson, 17611 Woodbine Avenue Northeast, border of Woodbine Avenue and Davis Drive, file SPA 1806. Be it resolved that Development Services Planning Branch Report P 2020-6 dated July 28, 2020 regarding the site plan application by 685109 Ontario Ltd, file SPA 18-06 be received, and that the application for site plan approval SPA 1806 to develop a 6.3 hectare site into a mixed employment center which consists of industrial and office with auxiliary uses such as service, commercial, and restaurant uses over 3 phases be approved, and that council authorize staff to execute an earthworks agreement to permit the owner to commence earthworks related to the proposed development of the site, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute a site plan agreement, including any and all documents and ancillary agreements required to give effect to same. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Roy D. Clemente and Councillor Crone. All those in favor?
Yes.
That's carried.
Abstention.
Thank you. Okay, and we've lost, Dan, are you gone? He's gone. Okay, very good. We are at number 5 in our planning, Mr. Ramuno.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Number 5 is the my report on the proposed amendment number 1 to the growth plan. And so I do have a number of recommendations there. If I can ask the deputy clerk to put up had a couple slides just as an intro to the report, outline some of the key changes that are being proposed by amendment number 1. If you recall, the proposed amendment was released about a month ago, and I advised council of the changes and that we would follow up with a more detailed report. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the growth plan policies were last updated back in 2019, as part of the province's more homes, more choice housing action supply plan to bring housing to the market faster and increase overall housing supply. So there are three or four real key changes to as proposed under amendment number 1. The first one is that the population and employment forecasts have been updated. They've been increased. Last time they were updated is 2013. So they're being extended out to the year 2051. The second key point is there's a new simplified land needs assessment methodology that the municipalities will have to follow as we start doing our OP updates, and the regions in the middle of their official plan update, their MCR process. Land needs assessment need to be undertaking to assess the land needs that a municipality may need to grow to their ultimate planning horizon. And I think I mentioned the fourth one is the extension of the planning horizon. Currently, it extended to 2041. It's now a 30-year horizon out to 2051. So all municipalities are being, required to plan out to 2051, which I think aligns with our previous council's position on urbanizing the balance of the white belt lands in town, but also they'll be aligned with the planning documents will also be aligned with our master plans on transportation and other infrastructure that typically look at a 30-year planning horizon. The other change is the related to the aggregate minerals resource extraction policies. They are making it easier to allow these mineral facilities to locate close to the market. However, municipalities still will have a say in commenting where they are located. And from our town of East Gwillimbury's point of view, I don't think this change is a concern for us, because the policy speaks to allowing these to be located outside of the greenbelt area. And as you're aware, the majority of our municipality outside of the urban boundary is all greenbelt. So I don't believe this is really going to have an impact on the town of East Gwillimbury. Next slide, please. So this slide just shows the new population and employment forecasts. So the 2031, 2041 numbers are the same. They're still valid. They exist in the current growth plan. But the proposed amendment is really now planning out that additional 10 years. And what the province has done is they've created sort of a low forecast, a sort of a reference, which is a mid growth forecast, and the high. And as you can see, to the year 2051, and these are York Region numbers, and it'll be York Region's responsibility as part of working with the local municipalities as part of their update to then redistribute this population employment forecast to the 9 municipalities. But we're looking at, the current 1.79 million in 2041, extending that out an additional 10 years, even at the high rate, population-wise, an extra 300,000 people, over 2.1 million, and the employment also grows by up to over 1 million. So you're looking at a regional population of around 2 million and jobs at around 1 million. And these numbers are also interpreted under the amendment as minimums. Next slide, please. And again, this just spells out the land needs assessment methodology that is released by the province. It's streamlining the process, and the emphasis is really on focus on stronger housing supply and market related housing. So municipalities, can categorize the unit types into apartments and other ground related, to consider all sizes of units, all incomes and ages, to really provide for a long-term housing supply to meet your local market demands. But that'll be something that, and we have another item for council to consider, our awarding of a contract on our OP. The land needs assessment would be part of that, and we'll report on that later on. Next slide, please. I think there are a couple more. So this is the other change to the amendment is really the mineral resource extraction policies. But I think what's key here is these are allowed. However, they're allowed within the growth plan's natural heritage system, but outside of the Greenbelt plan. And the majority of our municipality, as you're aware, is within the Greenbelt, covered by the Greenbelt. However, the municipalities will still have an opportunity to review and comment on any new aggregate applications that are proposed. Next slide. And I think council's seen this a number of times. I've reported on sort of our discussion surrounding the consideration of the white belt this is a population employment table that I've reported on to council in the past. That our preliminary estimates, obviously, to the year 2051 when it comes to future population, including all the balance of the white belt, we're looking at approximately 150,000 population, and employment is at one job for every 2 residents, around 75,000. I just want to stress to council that before any new community area opens up, there's additional planning work that has to be done, secondary plan work for those new areas, and more importantly, as part of our OP, and the region I'm sure is going to require that we include phasing policies to ensure that our existing communities are substantially completed out before we start opening up new areas, to ensure that there's an orderly and logical progression of development. But the key point here is with respect to planning for our ultimate 2051 horizon, to ensure that we're planning for our complete communities, to knit together the white belt areas now, where we need to coordinate the infrastructure planning at the same time that we're planning for our land uses. The other key point here is, next slide, please. I think I also cover off that we're also well positioned in EG, in that we've got the majority of the white belt lands in Northern York region. So I think we can respond to the future housing demands, because we do have approximately 1,000 acres of, let me correct that, 1,000 hectares of white belt land that are developable. But again, we'll have to include phasing policies and secondary plans that will identify the specific uses. And of course, what's paramount is the natural heritage systems will always be protected as part of those future secondary plan work. The last point here, I think, is we are, as EG, we're well positioned because there has been some significant commitments from the province with respect to infrastructure investment. Key point here is the 404 highway connecting link. I think there's a commitment there from the province to have shovels in the ground within a couple of years. So that is going to serve Northern York region, and particularly the town of EG, well, with respect to providing that transportation service and future employment and residential opportunities along the northern part of the urban area of town, or the future urban area of town. And again, I think the other key point here is that this, part of the amendments to the growth plan and extending out to 2051 is to ensure that we have a strong supply of housing, so we don't run into any housing shortages. And by doing that, we'll be able to keep the affordable price levels, where hopefully they should be at. And whereas in the past, in certain situations, you run into housing supply shortages just because you may have what we think is a sufficient supply of housing designated, but there are factors for why some projects don't come on stream. There could be lack of servicing, or the property owner just isn't in a position to bring those forward. Next slide. That may be the last one, Madam Mayor. Sorry to take so long with this, but I think these are just some of the key slides, key points that I wanted to stress with the council. And the report itself, I'm really seeking council's direction in supporting the proposed amendment number one changes coming from the province, because they have asked for a public consultation and comments, and their deadline is the end of July 31st. So if council thinks it's appropriate, I've identified a number of recommendations. If council wants to support these amendment number one, I think they align with previous council's direction with respect to moving forward with a balance of our white belt lands, to ensure that we're planning for our complete communities, ensure that we coordinate our infrastructure, future infrastructure planning, as well as the land use plans. So that's it for the presentation, Madam Mayor. If there are any questions related to the specific report or any details coming from the proposed amendment to the growth plan.
Thank you very much. Very interesting details there. Thank you. Are there questions, comments from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. I guess for me, we are certainly looking for some creative housing options, and it sounds like this may give us that opportunity. And I guess just the one question that we continue to hear that East Gwillimbury built out will be about 70% green. When we include the white belt lands, that still means that it's 60% green, sorry, 70% green, fully built out with those included. They've always been a part of that calculation, have they not? Okay, thank you.
You're right, through you, Madam Mayor, you're correct. We're looking at, even with the white belt, we're still looking at 70% of our geography of the town will be protected either by the green belt, Oak Ridges Moraine, or natural heritage systems, similar to what we've identified in the earlier report this afternoon, our 404 secondary plan. When we proceed to do our future secondary plans, that's when we will identify those natural heritage systems, and they will be protected. But you're right, that number doesn't change. It'll always hover around that 70% factor.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm not sure if I missed it. Did you tell us the number of units that are currently in our official plan without converting these white belt lands? How many units do we have left to develop? What's our inventory?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So our existing population is currently 34,000. That's as of June. With the current servicing capacity that we still have that hasn't been used up, our projections, and I think I refer that in Table 2, we will be built out to about a population of 50,000 persons within 7 or 8 years. That takes into account the existing servicing available through the YDSS. We know that we need an alternatives servicing option, whether it's the Upper York or another alternative servicing solution to go beyond approximately 50,000 persons. And not only do we need it, but our neighbors, Newmarket and Aurora, also need the alternative servicing option. But as it stands, based on our current servicing that we have available, that'll take us to approximately 50,000 persons to the year 2026, 2027, thereabouts, 28.
Okay, so my question is, based on our current plan, without these white belt lands, how many units could be built within our town if we did not include these white belt lands? So what I'm trying to get at is we already have a lot of places to build before including even more land to build on. So I just want to try and put a number to it and make sure that I understand exactly how much land is out there already designated for residential development. Because it's my understanding that we have a lot of land already designated for residential development, and adding more to it is not what I'm hearing from residents that they want to see.
So through you, Madam Mayor, no, it's true. We do have a lot of residential land. I think just based on one of the numbers I have written down here, we have about, I think it's 800 hectares of vacant residential land. If you just include the various secondary plans that have been approved by past councils, I mean, the Queensville, the Sharon, Holland Landing, Mount Albert, you total those up, and that'll take us to a population that have been approved and designated of approximately 100,000 persons. So, we're at 34,000 persons now. Just a rough calculation, we're adding 60, 70,000 persons. It all depends on the unit type, but if they're a mix of singles and townhomes, you're looking at another what's that, 20,000, approximately 20,000 units. This is from the top of my head based on population and the household size. But again, that takes us to the original plan, takes us to the year 2031. Province is now asking us, all municipalities that plan long-term to the year 2051, that number of approximately 150,000 ultimate population for the town, that's something that was identified last time we did our OP update back in 2010. So that work was done back then. And again, this is long term. And as I mentioned before, prior to any new area opening up, I mean, it's not going to happen over the next few years. There are a number of steps you have to follow. We have to conform to the regional official plan. We have to conform to the new growth plan. That takes a couple of years. I mean, we have to go through the conformity exercise by 2022. They need to get approved. And then you need to work on various new community plans. It could take some time, but the point here is to deal with the planning of our future areas now, because we know we have to ensure that that's coordinated with infrastructure planning. We need servicing as well. There are other factors, and we're also our current planning exercise will be informed. We'll work in hand with our update to our master plans, being transportation, water, and sewer master plans as well.
So the 800 hectares that you spoke about are already designated. We have 800 hectares already designated for residential development, and that will take us to the 100,000. And so what we're doing today is adding more land on top of that, designating the White Belts land to residential that will take us beyond 100,000 population. Is that correct?
Okay, hey Marco, can I chime in a bit here, if you don't mind, Councillor Carruthers and Mayor Hackson through the mayor. When we consolidated the official plans in 2010, so just to go back a few years, up till that point in time, all the communities were being planned separately. Mount Albert, Sharon, Hall, so that was the first consolidated. And that it was at the time that there was no municipal servicing. So the York-Durham sewage system, the phase 1 growth, brings us from 34,000 where we are to 50,000. And that's the only certainty we have as far as what could potentially get built. So that's one answer I'd like to give you. So that could get built as far as housing units and population targets. I think you were a little high, Marco, in the 100,000. I believe the official plan that council approved in 2010 took us out a 20-year time frame, and the number I recall was just under 90,000. So still big numbers. Okay, I'm not, but let's be accurate with what we're explaining here. We're here to give the best information we can. So under that scenario, at one point in time, Mayor Hackson and myself were going out to Upper York approval meetings, and it was to be in service in 2018, the Upper York sewage system. So, there wouldn't have been any of this uncertainty we have right now. The latest discussion I've had with Bruce McGregor is the province is still working towards a solution that could be delivered by 2026, which is actually favorable, because every time Mike Repo comes and sees us, it extends out. It seems to be going the other way. This is the first time I actually heard the solution coming back to a nearer term. So what the province has done here is an actual game changer. They've instead of a 2041 time frame, they've added an additional 10 years, so 2051, and that's where the regions that have white belt designations and the areas within the regions, so it's Markham, Vaughan, and ourselves. Those white belts will be needed to satiate the demand if Ontario is going to stay as one of the growth centers in Canada. And York Region, the session we had yesterday with regional planning staff indicated the York Region is still targeted to be by the province the fastest growing region within the province. So it starts at the province, it comes to the region, and Marco's what I'm hearing Marco say is that we will need significant white belt lands in order to meet the target for the 2051 timeframe. And that number, Marco, is that the number that you're coming up with, the 150,000 or close to for population and about 75,000 jobs?
That's right, Tom. Those are the numbers that take us to 2051.
So I'm just trying to understand as well, Councillor.
Thank you. I just want to be clear what we're voting on, that we have currently in our plan space to grow to 90,000, and we are voting today to designate land that would have us grow beyond 90,000. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, with respect to the council's direction today, we're really just seeking council's direction on the provincial growth plan changes with respect to the forecasts, the 2051 horizon. Council back in December of 2019, I provided council with a number of reports, and council did endorse the direction at that time to include the remaining white belt lands as part of our next OP update. And so, a final decision will have to be made, when we conduct our next OP update, in collaboration with the region. Because once these numbers from this new planning horizon is approved by the province, and we're all then working towards that 2051 horizon and those new population numbers, the region then has to redistribute that additional 300,000 persons population that the region may get from the province, and they'll be working with the 9 municipalities. As Tom mentioned, we're identified as one of those growth municipalities, along with Vaughan and Markham. We're the only municipalities with additional white belt land left to accommodate future res and employment growth to that 2051 planning period.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this, that when council approved back in December about bringing the white belt lands in, there was lots of talk about it didn't have planning it so that we would have some control over it. Reading through this report and listening to you, it's sounding more and more like it's an automatic that we need these for residential development. I'm just wondering, at what point do we say, hey, our residents don't want that much development? So we keep working towards these high growth scenarios. Well, our residents don't want a high growth scenario. So at what point are we their voice saying we don't want a high growth scenario? And I just want us to really think about that and not automatically designate these lands for more houses when our residents are saying enough with the growth. Anyways, I've taken up enough time on this. I think everyone's very clear on what my position is. So thanks for the added information, Marco.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess for me, I also have that resistance as a knee-jerk reaction to high growth scenarios. I've been vocal in the past about saying, well, why do we have to make official plans when other levels of government aren't supporting the plans that we have made? We did an official plan in 2010 that said we were going to go to 90,000 people by 2031, and we don't have the infrastructure that allows us to even do that. So it's a bit of an exercise in futility from my perspective, and I get that. But what I also understand is that unless we put our hand up and say that we acknowledge and recognize that growth is inevitable, that there are landowners who have rights to be able to extract value from their properties, be it employment, recreation, other facilities or services that our residents who are here now require. For me, it's really a question of who's in the driver's seat. And if we don't do this, and I feel like I'm a little bit in a position where it's a no-win situation, if we don't say we're open to this, then we lose control over what happens in our community. And so for me, this really just boils down to, we did an exercise that took us to 2031. Now we have to do an exercise that takes us to 2051. And in doing so, we're simply saying the lands that we have available for our urban area that are white belt, we would like to have them made available for development in our community. And it puts us into the driver's seat to say, we want jobs here, we want parks and rec there, and we want some residential. What that residential looks like, what that density is, how do we address affordable housing, how do we address the missing middle in our real estate market, all of these things it puts us back in the driver's seat. And that's the only way I can see myself clear to supporting this, is simply to say, I want to continue to maintain control over the planning process. And if I don't, then I'm stuck. So that's the only reason I am supporting this, because it's a control issue for me. Thank you.
And we like to be in control. Are there any other questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to resist the temptation to comment about Councillor Roy DeClemente being controlling. But Councillor Roy DeClemente makes a very good point about being in the driver's seat, and you know, it's better to be in the driver's seat than in the passenger seat, I think. And you know, I know people have concerns about growth, and you know, Councillor Carruthers and we agree on a lot of things, but this is probably one area where we diverge a bit. Where yes, some residents have talked to me about growth and their concerns about it, you know, but we still have that 70% green belt that protects us. But you know what, I'm hearing from other residents as well that worry about their children being unable to afford real estate in this town, and that housing is just so far out of reach for them. Well, that's because when supply is limited, well, then the price goes up, and that's, you know, you see advertising for homes, you know, in the low 500s, as if that is some bargain. That we're saddling our kids with huge mortgages and you know, a lifetime of debt. You know, I think if we have more supply, more options, you know, we have a very, I'm not crazy about the mix of residential that we have here. I'd like to see more condominium, co-ops even. There's so many things that we can be doing here that we're not. Our seniors are being, you know, up until recently, thank heavens, we've got, you know, Wycliffe going for the seniors not far from, and you know, in Sharon. So that's happening. So, but we need to do that. Also, people like to have all the amenities that come. You know, they've moved here from bigger towns. When they get here, they go, oh, we don't have a high school. We don't have, you know, great public transit. You know, well, those are things that a little more growth will get you. So yes, I understand the fears and the concerns about growth. We still have 70% of our space that's green, but I think we have to look out for the next generation, for their well-being, and so that we can accommodate them, but also fully knowing that this is not going to happen anytime soon. If the one thing that we all know is that the wheels of government turn awfully slow, and by the time, you know, I think Queensville, the stuff that's going on in Queensville now was approved 30 years ago. So, you know, I'll be long since retired at that time, and hopefully be able to remember my own name. Anyway, that's it for me.
Any other comments or questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. There we go. So what we have before us right now is item number 5. It is a full page. If someone would like me to read it, I can read it, but I think that everybody that's on with us today is capable of reading it, and we certainly have discussed the pros and cons of it along the way. I'm wondering if I have a mover and a seconder at this time for this, please. Councillor Crone. And a seconder. Councillor Roy DeClemente. She's holding her nose when she did it. Any comments, any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We are at item number 6. Mr. Romano, we're still in planning development.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this next report is seeking Council's direction to award the contract to the planning of our official plan review and land needs assessment to the planning partnership with an upset limit of $573,685 rather. So this is, we had submitted an RFP to conduct our review of our official plan. We're due for one. Again, we have to be, last time we did it was back in 2010. We're required under the Planning Act to review our official plan every 10 years. And now we need to conform to the provincial growth plan changes and the regional official plan. So we need to get working on this. We did follow we evaluated it. We had 3 proposals that came in response to the RFP. We followed our procurement process with our manager of procurement. We had a number of staff who evaluated the 3 proposals, and the planning partnership scored technically the highest, and therefore we're recommending that council consider awarding a contract to planning partnership. They are a very qualified firm. They've done similar work with respect to community building, this type of land needs assessment throughout the GTA, and specifically they've done similar work in larger municipalities and within York region, and they do have a very experienced team of sub-consultants. The planning partnership would be the lead, but they've got a number of firms, Barry Lyons, Urban Metrics. They've got expertise in they're land economists, market analysis, real estate firms. They also have on their team a civil engineering firm and a transportation firm to help inform the process in reviewing our official plan to ensure that we're in conformity with regional provincial policies, and again to ensure that we're this is a critical stage, as we mentioned, ensure that we're planning out to the year 2051, ensure that we include those appropriate phasing policies, and again there are future secondary plans that be required. Just so I'm clear, I may not have been clear earlier on. We're not talking about all these additional lands being converted, being designated for residential. It would be a combination of residential employment, and that'll be a decision that council will make at a later date when we get into the details of those community areas in the future secondary plan. So that is the recommendation to award a contract to the planning partnership. And we need to have complete our conformity exercise by 2022. But we've set the target here to have this completed by the fall of 2021. So just a little over a year. I'm pretty confident with this firm. I think we can achieve that. But over to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. Moreno?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, please.
In the interest of full transparency, I would like to add a few things here. So this latest provincial initiative where the planning time frame is being extended to 2051 is brand new. As a matter of fact, when did Mr. Clark's letter come out, Marco?
Tom, that came out June 16th.
Okay, so, June 16th. So there was discussion about it, and it's likely well advised to have a longer time frame because you do these initiatives every 10 to 12 years. I believe this is the second time we've gone to market. We went to market for the official plan update a couple of months ago, and at the time, every other municipality in Ontario was at the market as well, and the consultants generally go for the bigger fish, bigger dollar signs, and so some municipalities are paying millions of dollars for their official plan update. I think Councillor Roy DeClemente knows quite well that when she came on council, we had just spent about a collective $3 million on our first official plan. So our dollars have come down substantially. We did not have very good submissions for our first one as far as numbers. I think we only had one firm submit, Marco. And it was from a smaller municipality, I think Midland based. And quite frankly, I think that, technically they may have had planning professionals, but I don't think they had the city building capacity we were looking for. When the new criteria came out, we went to market again, and we had 3 firms submit. Okay, I want to make it clear that the firm that we're awarding it to was not the cheapest. It's not the lowest. It was probably the one that was the highest as far as dollars go. But in this case, the technical criteria for the expertise of the various disciplines that we're getting were still within budget. They're below budget, and they scored the highest. So I just want to make it clear that it's always not the cheapest entity you go for. We're going for the most skilled group of planners. And I'm hoping that on the discussion we just had about what the community is going to go like and how we're going to look and can we be affordable and what kind of housing is it, we don't want to be just a bedroom community. I'm hoping that this process will help define, and council is fully in charge of this process of the municipal comprehensive review that we're undertaking. So I just wanted to add that in before council votes to have full disclosure.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Crone. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 7, Mr. Romano.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 7 is a removal of a holdings symbol on 7 lots just off of Walter Tunney Crescent. It's the Acorn development, South Sharon. So these 7 lots had a holding provision, zoning holding provision on them because they didn't have servicing capacity when the block was registered. But they did apply to the regional servicing incentive program. They received 100 original units of capacity. Based on the completion of those first 100 units, they were able to demonstrate to the region, and they were eligible for the 8% bonusing for servicing. We received confirmation from the region that they indeed have received those additional 8% of servicing, and that results in these 7 last lots on Walter Tunney being able to proceed to a building permit. So we have to go through this process of actually lifting the holding provision, which was there because at the time they didn't have confirmation of the servicing that they required for those 7 units. But again, they are within that registered plan identified as Block 121 within that registered plan that was registered back in 2017.
And if I recall correctly, they jumped through several hoops to make sure that those houses were very environmental. I think most of us saw them before they were occupied. Roy DiClemente, you have a question, comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Not necessarily about these 7 houses, this is fine, but I'm just curious as far as the SDIP program, whether we're going to see more of these requests, and if so, how many of them do we think are outstanding? We know that there's some allocation challenges with respect to finishing off Sharon Village and other areas. I'm just wondering if there are other home builders who are in a similar situation who may be coming to us. Thanks.
To you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I can provide that information to council. I think there are a few left in Sharon that could that have applied to that regional servicing incentive program, but I don't know offhand. I don't believe there are that many lots that would be eligible because I think Sharon is just about built out. I think in total within the Sharon community and dealing with the Sharon landowners group, I think they've got about 300 odd units left, a little bit more, where they need servicing allocation. But it's something I could update council on at a later date with respect to how many units are left.
I guess to clarify my question, it's not so much how many units are left, but how many units are eligible under the SDIP bonusing program that would take that number from 300 down further, that may actually help us address our allocation issue. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Foster seconds that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Number 8 is a memo. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is just a memo to introduce another bylaw that's on the agenda for council to consider and act, and it's really the amendment to the site plan control bylaw. I'm bringing it to council at this point, but I have provided a couple reports and memos to council on the revised site plan control bylaw. Last one would have been, I think, back in December. And this is really just to update our site plan control bylaw. We're currently dealing with 2 site plan control bylaws. The original that dates back to 1980 and one that was updated in 2007. So this is really to streamline the bylaw to clearly identify, create 2 categories. What we consider our major applications that will require council approval, and another category that identifies sort of minor applications that can be deferred to council in order to streamline the approvals process for some of these minor applications. And I did provide a memo earlier on, I think back in early in the new year, but we just never brought the site plan forward to council for enactment. So we thought it was important to deal with it before the summer break.
Thank you. Questions? Someone? No? I do not.
You broke up there, Madam Mayor. I don't know if.
Yeah, we didn't hear what you said.
I asked for a mover and a seconder. Sorry.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Persucini, Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? That's carried. That's pretty scary when you're. Okay. Number 9. Go ahead, Romuno.
Madam Mayor, this is the last item. It's a memo, a bylaw control exemption bylaw that a bylaw for council's consideration as well. Today, it is a bylaw control bylaw to create 6 townhome units that are currently under construction in Queensville on Jim Morton Drive.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, have a mover and a seconder. It's in Queensville. Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. Do you have anything else, Mr. Bruno, at this time?
I think that's it for Development Services, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't had an agenda like that for a while. We are going to go into closed session.
Madam Mayor, I think we have to go back up to continue with emergency services and then legal and counsel support services.
So page numbers are 6 of your agenda.
Report 170, legal and counsel support services.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe we cut Chief McKenzie before the lunch break. So if you want to just, there's no items on the listed agenda, but if you want to just check in with him to see if he has any other business. Thank you.
Okay. Chief, are you there?
I am, yes.
Yes. Do you have items for us today?
No, nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Okay. And, sorry, K1. K1. Thank you. K1 is legal and counsel support services, and this is regarding be it resolved that legal and counsel support services memorandum dated July 28, 2020, entitled bylaw to dedicate Judah Dome Way as a public highway be received. Do we have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Foster and Councillor Roy DeClemente, and I believe that Dean is here to give us a little update.
Just happy to say that great progress on Judah Doan Way, and we want to be ready to open it up plus minus Q3, and so just that's the reason to dedicate it for a public highway. But it won't be open for a number of weeks yet, frankly.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Just offering my own personal labor to get the infrastructure in place so we can get it open faster. Just saying, there are some people in Sharon Village who are losing their minds wanting that open. So if we can expedite it anyway, happy to do so. Thanks.
This is one of those roads that went in that people aren't complaining about. They're happy to see it there for sure. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. The next one, Mr. Horner is number 2. Would you like to speak about?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this memo is just to let council and the general public know the steps that we've taken with respect to 20,091 Woodbine Avenue. So this is a cannabis production facility that's operating without the necessary zoning approval and is operating without necessary building permits. So all in contravention of the zoning bylaw and the Building Code Act. So on behalf of the town, we've commenced legal action and are seeking restraining orders to stop the production of cannabis and to either require that the owner obtain the necessary permits for the work that they've done, or remove that the work that's been completed to date. So at this point in time, really what we're waiting for is a court date to hear the matter. And as soon as I have something further, I'll certainly report back to council on the point.
Has YRP been involved with this site as well? I'm not certain if YRP has been involved in this particular site, but I don't know if Jen Nichols is on the line and may have the answer to that question or not.
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Yes, that was a property that was jointly inspected with York Regional Police and staff.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Horner. Thank you for all your efforts on this file. I know it's been a grind for you, and you've had your hands full. I appreciate all the hard work you're putting in, you and your team. Just the only question I have with going forward, we know we have others out there. I would just ask you, to self-reflect, and are we properly resourced in your area? Do you need more assistance to help you tackle something which will be undoubtedly next year will be a busy year for you? And I would just throw that out as a piece of advice, friendly advice, that if we need to budget for it accordingly, don't be afraid to ask for it when we're putting together a budget for next year, because I want to make sure that we have all hands on deck and all the available resources to make this a win.
Well, thank you for your comments, and on behalf of the whole team, thank you for your comments. Planning, building, fire. We'll hold your comments in mind, and there are any number of sites at this point in time that we're tracking, and the discussion will continue, and we'll have some discussion in closed session as well, I expect.
Okay. Thank you. I have a mover to seconder, please. Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Number 3 from Legal and Counsel Support Services, Bylaw Enforcement.
Yeah, so we have this is the second time that this matter has been before council, this proposed animal care and control bylaw. So we've taken it out to the community, and so I'll turn it over to Jen Nichols, our manager of bylaw enforcement, just to give you an indication of the sort of changes that we've made in response to the community input, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have about this revised draft. Over to you, Jen.
Good. Madam Mayor and Council, before you is the new proposed animal care and control bylaw. Staff did reach out to various stakeholders and community input by way of a survey for input on this bylaw. We received 164 participants who provided valuable input into the bylaw. As a result of the feedback received, we did implement a licensing regime for pet licenses, licensed pet stores. And in addition to addition of a minimum lot size of 1 acre to house pigeons, and increase in pigeon coop setbacks, as well as setbacks for APRA provisions. Just based on the feedback we received, it was suggested that those properties were a little bit larger to house those type of animals. The other was the increased limit of 4. There was a proposal of a limit of 4 animals per household, and based on the feedback, that was increased to 6. Also, there was a significant amount of people that residents that requested a cat licensing. So that's a pretty big change from the proposed bylaw that was put forward to you prior to. Basically, the licensing regime enables, it's a mechanism for you to return your pet. So it was important for residents to be able to have that licensing regime for cats as well. There's a lot of input in regards to some issues that they had in regards to cat nuisances and cats roaming free. So that was also put in the bylaw that cats are not allowed to run at large, similar to dogs. So that's it in a high level. If there's any questions from that.
Councillor Crothers first.
Thanks. I have a number of questions on this, and I'm very concerned about the time. And I think there's some big changes to this bylaw. Backyard hens, cat tags, that warrant a good discussion. And we still have a number of items left on our agenda. So I think that it might be prudent to defer this to the next meeting for discussion. Interested in what my colleagues think. I'm happy to move Pearl if this item's not urgent at this time.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
Madam Mayor, may I respond to that? I go back to my opening comments. We realized this was a very robust agenda. We've covered a lot of ground. I don't believe this is that time sensitive that it would allow for, since there are such significant changes to the initial proposal. This is one that we could bring forward in September, and it would give more time to maybe explain some of the changes and to prepare some further background material. So I would fully support Councillor Crothers' request from an administrative point of view. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I would also second that, and I would also maybe throw out the piece of advice. Maybe staff could poll council on some of our feedback on the legislation, if you so see fit. Thank you.
So we have a motion to defer this until how far out do we want to make it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, your September council meeting dates are Wednesday, September 9th and Tuesday, September 22nd. So if the mover wishes to pick one of those dates, please.
I don't know. I'm not privy to what's already on the agenda for those dates. So I'm happy to make the motion to defer until September and leave that up to the clerk's office to decide what agenda it would fit on easiest.
Hello there, this is Joe Persicini. Your message is very important to me. Please leave your name.
Okay. So we will leave it until September and leave it to staff to determine which of the two meetings might be appropriate.
We actually, Madam Mayor, we actually have 3 meetings in September, so we it could even be worthy of maybe a little workshop topic as well. If we don't want to overwhelm you with all the numbers at the financial workshop, we could maybe talk about dogs and cats and pigeons as well, and have a 2-topic workshop. Okay.
And chickens, yes. Okay, so all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. We have, that concludes our legal and council support services. Mr. Horner, do you have anything else for members of council at this time?
Nothing to add, Madam Mayor, but I did want to offer up to council where we've had tricky bylaws before, and I would count this as a tricky bylaw. It's kind of complicated when you start looking at some of the math that's involved with setbacks and whatnot here. So Jen and I would be very happy to meet with councillors to review and respond to particular comments, and we'll put forward the best product possible at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have finished our agenda unless someone tells me differently.
Madam Mayor, I believe that's all of the reports. I think our next item is closed session. And I'm looking at the clock. We're rolling up to the 3-hour mark again. And wondering if we can have a little bio break stretch. I would propose, Madam Mayor, that if council so wishes, that you would proceed into closed session.
Yes.
And we would just have a short recess, stretch our legs, make sure that the staff members that are needed for closed session are part of the group, and then resume in closed session when we come back.
Thank you very much. Then let's try that. So we are now to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council, personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 239(2)B, Council appointed committee and group, applications and resignations, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, cannabis production facilities. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton. Councillor Crothers. Be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 4:15 to deal with the following matters: personal matters about an identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 239(2)B, Council appointed committee and group application and resignation, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or board, Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, cannabis production facilities. All those in favor? And that's carried. Take a minute, we'll go into private session. Okay, and we will rise and report from closed meeting of Municipal Council. Be it resolved, the Council rise and report from closed meeting Municipal Council at 5:05. And the Council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of Municipal Council held on July 28, 2020. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. We are now back to our agenda, adoption of minutes. And I have minutes from the June 16th meeting and minutes from June 23rd meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Foster, all those in favor, and that's carried. We're under item O. The first one is correspondence for consideration, and this is regarding the Alzheimer's Society of East Gwillimbury Globe Blue for ALS, and that's when we put the lights up on our building, and also a request to fly our flag. I don't know when our flagpole is going to be up. I guess it could be when the flagpole, if the flagpole is up. The date is September 21st. Do we have any staff on that would know whether the flagpole was going to be in the courtyard at that point?
Aaron Karmazin could give us an update if he's still with us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we put locates approximately 2 weeks ago. We're expecting by mid-August to have our locates, and we've ordered the flagpole. We expect by mid-August to have the foundation in place and the flagpole fully in place.
Okay, so with everything working out accordingly, we should be able to deliver this for September 21st.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is the hope that we would be able to deliver.
Thank you. Okay. So could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We have number 2 who met with us today, John Grossman, regarding the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And
Madam Mayor, that was already voted on. You can move to item 3.
thank you very much. We have A. Bowerbank, Chair, Transformation Initiative. I believe everybody has that in front of them. Anybody? Be it resolved that correspondence from A. Bowerbank Chair, Transformative Initiative dated June 16, 2020, requesting Council to support a partnership with Transformation Initiative to launch Sovereign Gardens, a pilot program to combat food insecurity resulting from COVID-19 pandemic by encouraging private property owners in York Region to grow fresh produce and provide the produce to local food banks and or other local organizations. Be received that Council support a partnership with Transformation Initiative to launch Sovereign Gardens, a pilot program to combat food insecurity resulting from COVID-19, or we could decline. Any comments on that? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I love everything about the idea, but the name. Unfortunately, I grew up in Quebec, and the word sovereignty has a divisive connotation and not an inclusive one. So that's the only knee-jerk reaction I have to it. But otherwise, I think it's a great idea. The only worry I have is that our own food pantry can't accept physical donations of food at the moment. And so I would really like to see them be able to accept these donations from our own community. I know that the EG gardeners have been really, there's already a bit of a network on social media where there were, self-seeded tomato plants that they were sharing, and there's people who've got a bounty and they're saying, PM me for my address, I'll give you my extra beans. There's a lot of that happening already. And one of the things that I wanted to suggest actually would be for our own staff to look at, and this is for a project for next year, but to look at two things: either the addition of community gardens into some of our parks, or even to direct our own municipal staff that instead of planting ornamentals, that they would plant edibles. And what I mean is not cannabis, but things like a cabbage or lettuce, or some of those plants that instead of planting annuals, they could plant food that could be harvested for our food pantry. And so there's a few there's a movement afoot in other municipalities to have that happen. And I know that, for example, we're looking at a civic precinct landscape design in 2021. Perhaps we could include something for staff at the civic center to go out at lunchtime and participate in, and that sort of thing. So there's a stress relief associated with gardening. So I'd like to see this go further than simply a partnership with this nonprofit. Thanks.
Councillor Crothers?
I agree with everything that Tara said, and the school board had a community garden that staff set up, and they got quite a bounty from it. And the people who were involved in it said it was such a positive thing to be doing on their lunch hour and that. So I would highly suggest that we look at something like this. I'm glad you brought up the term sovereignty. That was my only problem with this too. There's a lot of weight in that language, so it's unfortunate, but I think it doesn't hurt us to partner with them. I think all they want is kind of the use of our town logo to say that they have our support. So I'm happy to move the recommendation to support them. I think their heart's in the right place if their language might not be. But I think more importantly, and maybe Councillor Roy DiClemente can quickly craft a motion to have staff look at something in the way of a community garden for next year.
Thank you. Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My observations of this one are clearly it appears worthwhile. We get these in, and frankly, not to question it, but we don't know who this initiative is. And I don't know if anyone on staff has met with them, has seen how credible they are, who they're already up and running with. That would be number one. And second one would be, a partnership usually has some form of element of there's a contribution from both partners to the arrangement. Now, I do agree with what Councillor Crothers said. To me, it's almost it's an endorsement they're looking at, but I do think the next step is clearly municipal lands of some form, if parkettes or parks, and that's a new business area, very worthwhile. But it's adding on to the envelope. Or are they going to be looking for municipal lands to become publicly available for agricultural purposes for growing, and the whole issue of food banks and what they can and can't accept? So sometimes on these things here, I wouldn't mind taking a little slower step just to do a bit of research to make sure that it is a very credible organization that we are going to be endorsing, and what actually the ask is in the partnership. We're presuming it's going to be lands and things like that, but I'd like to have some staff maybe meet with them just to find out a little bit more about what exactly it is they're looking for from not only us, but maybe other municipalities as well.
I think that there really isn't much that we have here to go on. The planting season is gone now, I would say, for the most part. So perhaps if we exactly what you had said, Mr. Webster, have some staff go and meet with them, find out who they are. Are they doing it anywhere else? Can we check with another municipality, and how well is the partnership going, and what are the initial asks and what are the later asks? And if it's not this organization, perhaps we have the ability to set something up next year that would be made an EG and do something with our garden clubs, etc. And people. There's a lot of people that have food that are, as Councillor Roy DiClemente said, they're giving it away now. People are being very, very generous, and I know that there is one garden in the Mount Albert area that that people can go and plant themselves. So perhaps this is something just a little different if, in fact, this organization doesn't materialize. Councillor Roy, Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thanks. It is supported by the York Region Food Bank, so I think that that's a pretty good endorsement. I think to go away and come back in September, we've missed the boat. I think it was very clear in their letter that they're just seeking to use our logo on some of their promotional material, which is sounds like it's going to be mainly digital. They might want us to send out a couple of social media posts. I'm trying to look at it on here, but seems like our agenda pages the numbers don't line up with the actual document here. So if someone can tell me what page number it is, take a look at that again. But they're just looking basically to promote, if you have excess food, please give it to the food bank. I think that it's pretty straightforward. They're not asking for land or anything else. And if there's another ask in the future, that's fine. But there it is. Yeah, I think it's a little bit confusing reading it, but what they're asking for is just basically that we endorse them. And I think it's a good initiative. I don't think it's worthy of bringing back in September. If people aren't comfortable with it, that's fine, but I don't think we should go away and study it and come back. It's something that we need to decide now whether we want to support them or not. And I think separately is everything that Councillor has talked about options for upside separate from this.
Thank you. Was there someone else that wanted to speak as well? Thought I saw a hand. There it is. So we have a resolution that staff be directed to explore options, including but not limited to outreach to local gardening stakeholders for expanding opportunities for the community, enhance food production through the use of municipal land, possible community gardens, and other innovative avenues, and report back to council before the 2021 growing season. So that was what was suggested.
I just put that into the chat. We're at 7.5 hours, so it's probably not as coherent as it could be if it had been done earlier, but I think it gets the message across.
Yes, yes. And that would be your motion?
Sure.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councillor Morton. Any discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And
there was a second part to that motion on our agenda that we support the partnership or respectfully decline the request.
Well, we didn't capture it in that one, so we'll capture it now. We will.
Was it just to receive?
To receive?
What was the motion that we just voted on?
There it is.
We voted to receive. Back page. It talks about to support or to decline.
Madam Mayor, my intent when I was making the motion was that we would receive and that we support the partnership and that we direct staff. I envisioned the last clause being a separate resolution.
Yes. Okay. Is there anybody that voted on it that has difficulty with the first line that was not included on our vote? Is that a scratch the head? Yes. Okay. So I'm assuming then members of council don't have a problem with that resolution, and we've covered it. Okay. How many hours did we say? Item number 4, Correspondence from Honorable S. Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, dated July 8, 2020, regarding proposed COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020. And this is to be received. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Foster. Councillor Roy DiClemente. Comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have no resolutions. We have 10 bylaws, one that was pulled.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to review the bylaws that are listed on the agenda. To advise, bylaw 2020-59 was with regards to the animal control bylaw, which was deferred to September, so we're pulling that one.
Yes.
And from the closed session, we're adding bylaw 2020-062 to add a member and remove a member from EDAC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini and Councillor Morton, all in favor? That's carried. Do we have any other business at this time? Just 2 items, our council meeting dates and times and a September workshop. Mr. Lamanna, do we have those dates at this point?
Through Madam Mayor, September workshops. The September workshop is the 15th, and I believe Mr. Webster has already covered the intended topics with regards to finance and budget, and possibly, if SMT wishes, the discussion on the proposed animal control bylaw. Your September meetings are Wednesday, September 9th, which is after the Labor Day long weekend, and Wednesday, September 22nd. And staff in the COVID update, we're proposing that we keep things status quo in terms of electronic meetings, with the only exception that we start at 10 a.m. as opposed to the usual 1 p.m. And then I believe Mr. Webster advised that we would take a look at what phase 3 and your return to work policies might look like following for October and the balance of the year. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very good. Is there a reason why we're meeting on Wednesday, September 22nd, not Tuesday?
Sir, the date, the 22nd is a Tuesday. It's Wednesday, September 9th. That's your first meeting in September.
Yes, and the second one?
The 22nd is a Tuesday.
Thank you. I wrote down Wednesday. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else under other business at this time? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, and I'm really sorry to do this at this point, but there isn't any community announcements for us, and I did tell the South Lake Foundation that I would do this. The Run for South Lake, which would normally take place in April, has been moved to a virtual event, and it's taking place September 23rd to the 27th. We have 5 members of Team EG, including yourself and Councillor Persichini, as well as a couple members of staff. And it's a virtual event. We're still raising money for the hospital. At this point, we're at $3,450, $3,450 raised for the South Lake Foundation. So if folks are able, we're happy to have more team members, but if not, then we're also delighted to have a pledge for our teammates or for ourselves. So that's just wanted to make sure that folks knew that that was happening and that there was an opportunity to give at a time when the hospital needs us quite a bit. Thank you.
Thank
September
you.
2nd, right? September 22nd.
September 22nd to what's the closing date?
So it's a 5-day virtual event, the 23rd to the 27th. And the idea is that there's a virtual portal where you go in and log your activity. One of the thoughts is that a member of the South Lake team does an average of 11,000 steps during a shift at South Lake, and so that's one of the suggestions, is to try and do 11,000 steps each of those days. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hope we can raise as much as we do when we're actually on the run. Confirming bylaw, could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor Persichini, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? That's carried. Adjournment, Councillor Foster, and that is at 5:23, and seconded by Councillor Roy DeClemente. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. A lot of good work has been done. Thank you very much to everyone.